Hi, Mystic. Hi, Lonnie. Hi, Mamasaurus. Hi, Bravo. Hi, Pixie. Hi, Lemons. Hi, Michelle. Hi, Justin. Hi, Monique. Welcome in, everybody. Happy Thursday. Hi, Stephanie. Hi, Deborah. Hi, Kim. Hi, Erica. Hi, Deborah. Hi, James. Hi, Gabriel. Hi, Amanda. I believe it, Gabriel, and that's awesome. Thanks. Hi, Fairy Witch. Hi, Megan. Hi, Glossette. Erica, thank you. Hi, Connor. How's it going? And welcome in, everybody. My name's Devin, and this is Porch Lore, and I tell spooky bedtime stories to help you relax your nervous system and fall asleep. And I'm here every single night at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time until about 1 in the morning. If you guys would do me a big favor, those of you who are on TikTok, could you please hit that share arrow in the bottom right-hand corner? There's a little yellow circle with 2 arrows chasing each other that says repost. And that puts my live into your friends' FYPs. And it helps us grow our beautiful porch. Also, sharing with your friends, sharing to your stories helps immensely. Also, thank you for tapping the screen. Hi, Skrilla. How you doing? Awesome. Thank you, Yaya, for the cute Galaxy Bestas. Also, if you guys want to write your story requests in all capital letters in the chat, I will write them down and then we can vote on the first story. Eli Ricinios? You said the hairy hand. La mano peluda. Do you mean the twisted claw? Can somebody who knows Spanish better than me, can you guys say twisted? Does he mean twisted claw? Because, yes. Okay, cool. That's what I thought you meant. I'm pretty proud of myself right now. Because I'm like, I think he said hairy hand, twisted claw. Okay, cool. Because it doesn't translate the same. Thank you. Okay. Go ahead and write your request in all caps, guys. Your heart me's so funny. Is that a little witch hat? Did you guys put a little witch hat on the heart me? It's so cute. Hi, CJ. Yeah, I see you. Hi, CJ. Thank you, Julie, for the metamorphosis. It's so cute. All right, guys, I'm going to set up the first poll. And you guys, thank you for everybody reposting and sharing to your stories, etc. And I'll be right back with the first poll. Happy Thursday. Oh, that's so exciting, Viola. Which shirt did you order? You're the first, Skrilla. The first what? Thank you for the follow, Queen Bee. Welcome in. Thank you, Khaleesi. Thank you, Heidi Ho. Welcome in. Welcome to the porch. Ali, thank you for the follow. Big Daz, thank you for the follow. Oh, Shorty, what's your amazing news? Michelle, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the porch. Oh, with the cuties, I love that one. I love that one, Viola. Thanks for ordering. Deborah, thanks for the watermelon slide. Yeah, thanks for ordering some merch. I appreciate it. I can't wait to see the picture. Wait, am I going to get to go to Newfoundland? I'm super excited. What? Thanks, Erica. Love you. Wait, what? A Fairlife Chalky DoorDash. Guys, CJ needs a Fairlife Chalky DoorDash. His grandma got hurt the other day, and he's been really stressed out. Oh, that's okay, Shorty. You're going to Newfoundland. Oh, cool. Cool. Oh, Ellie, look at Ellie requesting Skrilla's story. Nope, I haven't set up the poll yet. You're just in time, Jen. I'm not guilt tripping the chat. I'm just saying you could use some chalky milky DoorDash. That's all I'm saying. Thank you, Jen. Hi, Archangel Michael. Thank you for the popular and the gummy bear. Rich, thanks for the gummy bear. Third Gear, thanks for the rose. Carla, thanks for the stars. All right, guys, I have the first poll ready. We have The Last American Vampire. Oh, thanks, Archangel Michael. We have the last American vampire. We have the hide behind. We have the boo hag. We have the devil's tramping ground. And we have the deer woman. Now, the last American vampire takes place in Rhode Island. The hide behind takes place in Oregon. The boo hag takes place in South Carolina. The devil's tramping ground takes place in North Carolina. And the deer woman takes place in Oklahoma. For those of you who requested stories for states, just clarifying. All right, guys, you can vote in the top left-hand corner. There is a blue box. You can vote up to 50 times. Yes, Gabriel, that's for you. You can vote up to 50 times, and you can vote for more than one story. And if you're on YT, Justin says he will vote for you, but there's not very many of you guys right now, so I think we're okay. Thank you, Punky. Thank you, that's so cute. Who's it gonna be, guys? I know, CJ. I have Fresno, and I think that's it. So you're right. I'm gonna have to do some more California stories. I'm actually going to Lake Tahoe next month. Maybe I'll do some after I get back from there. I'll write about my adventures. That's okay, Cecily. People do it all the time when they're tapping. Oh, and thank you for the follow. And don't worry, people send that all the time. Auditioning for Oklahoma. What do you mean? Like the play? We can make one, Scrella. Yes, I know, CJ. Tessie. CJ, find folklore around you and I will feature you. Oh, it's a line from a show. Shay, I was like, Oklahoma, maybe. Yes, Megan, they actually sink. Lake Tahoe is very weird. It's also like the deepest lake. Very creepy. It's also like one of the last remaining ice age lakes. So there literally could be dinosaurs in there. Just saying. Justin. Well, it's CJ. Send me the name of the town. Send it in our group chat. And also, if you guys, what little facts, girl? Oh, yeah, I just said one, didn't I? Also, if you guys want to send me your local folklore or stories from where you live, or suggestions for places that have folklore, email it to me at porchlore@gmail.com. Lots of these stories, a lot of my story topics were because of things you guys have sent me and suggested. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in. You did, Justin? Oh, wait, you sent me Canadian stuff? Okay, I need to check my email. I will say this. I do not check my email very often, a couple times a month, because I'm not that kind of gal. I'm not a corporate-y, wake up in the morning and scroll through my email type of person. And I choose to not be that way because I like to stay disconnected and present and grounded. So I used to be a news reporter and my phone was up my ass and I had to check my email in my sleep. So I don't live like that anymore. But it doesn't mean I don't care or want to read your emails. I just don't do it as often. So if I haven't gotten to it yet, I will reply when I do get to your email. I absolutely reply to every person and I'll let you know, but I add them all to my list. You know what, Cassie? No, but I should. My mom literally is a Pulitzer noted scholar for her dissertation on the Trail of Tears. So You would think I'd do one on that. I probably should, huh? Skrilla. Skrilla said, how about the story of a girl who cried a river and drowned the whole world? All right, guys, the winner is... Exactly. She looks so sad in photographs. Okay, the winner is The Last American Vampire. The email is just porchlore@gmail.com. I also have the links in my bio too. Breakfast, it wouldn't let you vote? What did it say when you tried? Oh, you know why? Because I see you don't have a gifting, like you don't have your thing set up yet, do you? Because you have to use the little tokens to vote. Oh, you were on YT. Oh. Oh, sorry, breakfast. Yeah, it's not on YT. I'm sorry. It's on TT. And Justin will just vote for you guys over on YT. But I love how you came over here. I'm sorry. But there's lots of them tonight. So they're over here just because I don't know how to do them on YT. I only know how to do like a poll where it's like yes and no on YT. And that's it. So I haven't seen another option. Because I do them on my premiere nights. I'm like, have you ever been to this town? Have you ever been to this state? And I do a yes and no poll, but that's it. So I know. But thanks for coming over here, breakfast. All right, guys, I'll be right back with the tale of the last American vampire. And if you guys could do me a big favor while I'm pulling up that story. Hi, Loki Morningstar. Could you hit that share arrow in the bottom right-hand corner? And there's a little yellow circle with two arrows chasing each other that says repost. And that puts my live into your friends' FYPs and it helps us grow this beautiful porch of ours. Also sharing to your stories with the little star circle and sharing with your friends helps too. And thank you to everybody tapping the screen. And Scott, thank you for the metamorphosis. And Ellie, thanks for the cozy cryptids. And Speedy, thanks for the shards of hope. If only they were real. I'm just kidding. I'll be right back. Hi, First Light. Lame, CJ. Lame. I saw you say the same thing in another live. I feel like that's just you're out. You're like, I'm gonna go play Xbox with my big brother. Bye. Because you said that earlier tonight too. In another live we were in together. Lame. Tell your brother not to be so needy, CJ. I'm just kidding. I love you, CJ. I'll see you tomorrow. Have fun with your brother. We'll miss you though. We love it when you're here. It's not as funny when you're not. Yes, Mary. Hi. Hey, Mary. I'm glad you're back. We've missed you. Hi, DJ. You sent it in the wrong chat, CJ? What? Yeah, we just finished voting and I'm about to pull up the story that won. So sit back and relax. Thanks, Viola. I love that rocket. Mary, thanks for the metamorphosis. And Margaret, thanks for the cozy cryptids. Kim, what are we looking at now? Oh, thanks, Leonie. That's so sweet. breaks my heart. I can't handle stuff like that. Come to Texas and help you with that bed? Help you with your bed? Are you building a bed? Because I only know how to break them. I couldn't resist. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It was totally set up for me. I couldn't help it. I couldn't. Whitney, I wasn't. Yeah, like that. That actually happens. See, Whitney's like that actually happens. Yeah. It's a thing that can happen. Okay. CJ. What do you mean? That's not out of character for me. I'm the one who taught you what raccooning was. Custom suspension. Okay, scroll. See, that made CJ laugh. Okay, bye. See you tomorrow. We love you. What, raccooning, Beefy? Yeah. Because it's funny as hell. That's why I taught you all about it. Because it's so funny. Lexi, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the porch. Hi, Fizzy Bunny. I miss you. How you doing? Oh, your ex-girlfriend and you breaking your bed. She still talks about it all the time. Interesting. Danielle, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the porch. I mean, to be fair, whoever was on top broke the bed. Let's be real. Justin said, now I know why he's called Beefy. Mama Source, thank you for the star map of Polaris. I love that one. Scroll. He's not wrong. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of the last American vampire. Danielle, you're a silent listener, guys. We have a silent listener that said hi. I'm so glad when you guys say hi. I love it when the silent listeners say hi. Hi, Danielle. You don't have to talk to us again if you don't want. But thanks for being here. Love you. Gather around the fire. Pull your blankets tight and listen closely. Thank you, Pitt. Tonight's tale carries a chill from a time not so long ago. A time when the shadows at the edge of the woods held unexplained terrors that turned uneducated people towards cruelty and hysteria. Before we had antibiotics, before we understood the invisible microscopic world of bacteria, humanity was at the constant mercy of sudden, inexplicable death. Dude, me too, lovely. Me too. And when uneducated people are terrified, when they watch the ones they love wither away before their very eyes, sadly, they don't tend to look to science for answers. They tend to look to evil forces or conspiracies. Tell your Kitty Monroe I said, Brew. Anything they can concoct to make sense of something they don't understand. And that is exactly what happened in New England in the late 1800s. This is the true story of Mercy Brown, the last American vampire. Picture the winter of 1892 in Exeter, Rhode Island. It's a harsh, unforgiving landscape. Frost coats the bare branches and the earth is frozen solid. Here, we meet a young woman named Mercy Brown. She was only 19 years old, by all accounts a gentle, bright-eyed girl at the beginning of her life. She was the kind of person whose laughter brought warmth to a cold New England farmhouse. But a shadow had fallen over the Brown family, a relentless, invisible stalker called consumption. Today we know it as tuberculosis. But back then, they didn't know about airborne pathogens. All they knew was the horrifying reality of what the disease did to their loved ones. It earned the name consumption because it literally seemed to consume the afflicted from the inside out. Sufferers grew deathly pale, their eyes became sunken and hollow, and they would cough up bright red blood. To the horrified onlookers of the 19th century, it didn't look like a sickness. It looked as though the life force was being slowly and deliberately drained by an unseen predator. The tragedy began years earlier. Mercy's mother, Mary, was the first to waste away and die. Then Mercy's older sister, Mary Olive, followed her to the grave. By 1891, the shadow fell on Mercy's brother, Edwin, a strong, strapping young man who suddenly began to wither away. And then the shadow turned to young Mercy. "Hi, Kendi. Miss you." But the disease took her swiftly. While Edwin lingered, Mercy faded fast. In January of 1892, the bright light of Mercy Brown was extinguished. Because the ground was too frozen to dig a proper grave, her coffin was placed in an above-ground crypt, waiting for the spring thaw. But Edwin was still dying. And as his condition worsened, a chilling whisper began to spread through the small, desperate town of Exeter. The neighbors looked at the grieving father, George Brown, and planted a terrifying seed of doubt. Why is George's family dying? It's the old curse. One of the dead is feeding on the living. One of them is a vampire. They believed that the first to die in a family would refuse to rest and return from the grave in spirit to drain the vitality from the surviving relatives. Thank you, Sherry. It was a desperate folk belief born of sheer panic and ignorance. When science cannot explain why a family is being wiped out, weaker human minds will invent monsters to make sense of the unexplained. Desperate to save his only remaining son, George Brown finally gave in. On a biting morning in March of 1892, a group of townspeople accompanied by a local doctor marched into the cemetery. They opened the graves of the mother and the eldest sister. Nothing but bone and dust. Then they pried open the crypt, holding 19-year-old Mercy. Gasps echoed through the freezing air. Thank you, Sherry. Mercy did not look like a decaying corpse. Her body had slightly shifted in the coffin and her skin was still relatively flush. And when the doctor, trembling, cut into her chest, he found liquid blood in her heart. A vampire, the townspeople declared. What the desperate, terrified minds of the 19th century couldn't comprehend was the natural science that follows death. Mercy had been dead for barely 2 months. stored in an above-ground crypt during the freezing New England winter. The cold had acted as an icebox, perfectly preserving her remains. The shifting of her body was merely the natural process of decomposition and bloating. But a lack of knowledge mixed with fear is a powerful blinding force. And right there in the cemetery, they removed Mercy's heart and liver. They placed her organs on a nearby rock and they set them on fire. The smoke drifted up into the winter sky, carrying the remains of the innocent girl. They scooped up the ashes, mixed them with water, and fed the vile concoction to young Edwin. A gruesome, desperate magic potion meant to cure him. And no surprise, it didn't work. And Edwin died 2 months later. The story of Mercy Brown is a haunting tale. But the true monster wasn't a fanged creature of the night. The real monster was a lack of knowledge and fear. The tragedy of the New England vampire panic is a profound reflection of how our ancestors struggled. Faced with the devastating mysteries of nature, disease, and death, they sought to regain control through grim rituals and turning their own tragic dead into scapegoats. So let this story be a reminder. When we are faced with the unknown, when fear threatens to consume us, we must strive to hold on to reason. We must remember to shine the light of compassion into the dark, rather than creating monsters out of shadows. For the greatest tragedies occur not when the dead rise, but when the living let their terror guide them. And that's the tale of the last American vampire. And yes, Shannon, that's why I threw some digs in there, because yes, ignorance is still dangerous today. And I'd also like to point out the fact that all 3 of the women in his family died. And then once his son was dying, then he decided that someone who was dead must be a vampire. It wasn't like when your wife died, you didn't think maybe she was the vampire and try to save your daughter, or like maybe when your second daughter died, you didn't try to save the next daughter. And no, you waited until your son was dying. You didn't give a fuck. You just let them all die. And then you blamed them for it. When guess who got sick first? I just wanted to point out that Edwin was the one who got sick first and gave it to her. So just wanted to point that out. The continued injustice towards women since the beginning of time. And how we are, if we're not witches, by God, now we're vampires. We're just fucking if we're so cool, how are we not the more powerful, right? If we're witches and vampires, it seems to me like we'd be the more badass gender. I mean, I'm just saying. It's a little odd. So yeah, there's my ancestral rage rant. My entire family was persecuted for witchcraft all the way back to the 1400s. So stories like this tend to make me a little upset. So I just wanted to point that out for the justice of Mercy and her mother and her sister, that it wasn't until little Edwin, who got everybody sick, was dying, that his dad gave a shit and took peer pressure from all the church people. So anyway, I'll be right back with the next poll. And if you guys could do me a big favor and hit that share arrow in the bottom right hand corner, there's a little yellow circle with 2 arrows chasing each other that says repost. And that puts the live into your friends' FYPs and helps us grow this beautiful porch of ours. Be right back. Yeah, Lonnie, it's true. For a long time we did. But like now, I mean, yeah. There's a lot. Yep, there's a lot. Because they just, at this point, like, you guys just have not done a good job. It's time to just hand over the reins, because everything is a fucking fire, shithole, mess, nightmare. So maybe, like, no, Whitney, they were witches. Vampires are not real. Sorry, guys. That's why the topic's not my favy. Vampires were literally, like I just said, a scapegoat to blame people for the plague. That's where the entire concept of vampires came to be. Because the other plague, where they were burying people that were still alive, they would dig themselves out of their graves and come out, and that's where zombies came from too. Sorry. No, Whitney, my family were witches. And, like, legitimately accused of witchcraft in, like, 4 different countries. So there's that. Skrilla. Thank you, Jukebox Baby. Welcome to the porch. Yeah, Whitney, yep. Yeah, so there's that. One of them got away. The others not so much. No, I don't do left-handed magic. I mean, not... Well, I'm an elemental witch, so take with that what you will. I don't do left-handed magic, but I'll tell the trees about you. And that's not... You don't want that. Oh my god, you guys, there's a superfan box under the stupid thing. Under the pink banner. There's a superfan box. And it's about to be over. There's a superfan box. Who sent it? Who sent it? Oh my god. Sherry. Sherry sent it. Yeah. And I will say this. It sounds silly when I say I tell the trees about you, but here's just a hypothetical. Okay? Just a hypothetical. By the way, there's 37 seconds left on the treasure box. This is just hypothetical. Say I told the trees about you and that you poisoned my community of raccoons that I had been fostering and feeding for 5 years, okay? Just say that. And that you poisoned them, and we found 3 of them dead around the neighborhood, and one climbed across, drug its body into my yard for, like, safety as it died on the other side of my fence, okay? So say that happened, and I felt unbridled rage, and I went out in a thunderstorm, and I told the trees everything. And then, say said guy who has a yard with plumbing and pipes underground, okay? I always do in thunderstorms. That's when I'm the strongest. So what else is in the ground? What's a massive ancient network system that's takes over the entire underground? Oh wait, roots from trees. And you know what they can do? They can destroy buildings. People forget that. Tree roots can literally fuck up your house. They can mess up anything. And who got it? Gangster, who got it? Who got it? Who got the box? Oh, Pearl got it. And Viola sent the who sent the super fan box? We had 2 of them? Oh my god, there were 2 of them. There were 2. Oh my god, how cool. Yeah, Gabriel. So then, thanks, Lane. So then I told the trees, and The trees, you know, like maybe a week later, homeboy's entire plumbing and water piping system through his yard under his house that connects to his bathroom burst, flooded his entire yard, his bathroom, and the entire piping system needed to be replaced. The city had to come in, turn off his water line, and you know what they said it was? Tree roots. Tree roots that had grown way more than they should have into his pipes and bust them all, wrapped around the pipes completely. Isn't that something? So, when I say I tell the trees about them, that's scarier than you think. Trees can literally destroy the foundation of your house. They can fall on your house. Take one for the team. They can drop an entire branch on your house, your power lines, your internet. I mean, if I tell the trees about you, there's really not a lot they can't do. And if they can't, they're going to tell the water about it. And you don't want the water to get involved. The water's the worst part. You think fire's bad. Water's the worst. So, do I do left-handed magic? No, but I am an elemental witch, so take with that what you will. I'm a vibrational balancer. So, I balance the vibrations, and if you fucking kill a bunch of raccoons, I'll make sure you get that vibration back. Oh yes, Lane, and the wind. Yes, I do be vibrating. I can actually call the witch wind. I don't know if you guys know what witch wind is, but thank you, Viola. Brooke. Brooke said I'll shit on anyone's porch who kills her. Yeah, he's a horrible person, and my entire neighborhood hates him. Anyway, enough about that. I just wanted to answer your question if I do left-handed magic, because no, not really. But I do believe in justice and karma and the balance of things. But I've never done left-handed magic. To be honest, I'm kind of like I don't give a fuck enough about anybody to do that. I don't know if it's like a pride thing, but like nobody's gonna get to me enough for me to fuck up my karma to get to them. Are you kidding? Hell no. You know what I mean? So to me, I just don't care enough to like hex or, do you know what I mean? Like I'm immediately done with that person's energy and I moved on. There's no hexing, there's no car keying, I don't give a shit. But that's a very Sagittarius quality. We can literally just boop, bye. We can just turn it off. All right, be right back with the next poll. Exactly, Yaya. Exactly. Bingo, Yaya gets it. Like, I'm unbothered. You know what I mean? When you have energetic protection, you don't even have to do any left-handed magic. You won't even know until you're like, oh shit, I think, uh-oh. Are you okay, Amanda? That's right, Viola. You want me to come to your house for dinner, DJ? Okay. What kind of dinner? Hi, if you seek Amy, I love your name. What a time to be alive during those years, huh? If you seek Amy, what a time to be alive. Right, Mary? It was such a tiny little window of time, but my God, I was alive those years. My God. Brittany. All right, you guys, the next poll is ready. We have Booger Hollow, Highway 666, the Boo Hag, the Devil's Tramping Ground, and the Twisted Claw. You can vote in the top left-hand corner. And you can vote up to 50 times. And you can vote for more than one story. Who's it gonna be? Oh my gosh, I used to live in Houston, DJ. I love Houston so much. And I love the food. I miss the tacos. That's true, Skrilla. You would have been. You left handy. Oh, you just can't turn it off, Amanda. I'm sorry. Yeah. How old are you? Well, you don't have to tell me, but you're blocked. Goodbye. Yuck. But I feel like, I don't know, you'll get to a certain point of maturity. I feel like where like, you don't really care what people think about you anymore. Oh, I got him fast, Justin. I get those fast. I don't even want that shit in my life. That's worse than the pussy pages, in my opinion. Exactly. Nobody saw it because I got that shit quick. Quick. Who's gonna win the poll, guys? Oh, thanks, Tamara. But I will say, Amanda, once you stop really caring what other people think, it's a self-love thing. And once you're kind of like happy with yourself, you don't want to like, you don't care if like they misinterpreted you because you know your truth and you're like, you know what? I'll try to clear it up. Like, I don't get, like, if they don't get me, then they don't get me. Does that make sense? And like, it kind of becomes like, you stop wanting to try to convince people to be in your life because you don't want shitty people. I literally couldn't. I am so picky about the vibration of the people I love I allow around me because that is the easiest way to fuck up everything in your life, is to let low vibration people around you. And I say that with love because there are people who are like low vibration that are family that you love. But I will say this, when you stop prioritizing what low vibration people think of you or their opinions or their needs over yours, your life will change completely. And the best thing to do is live your truth and be as fucking authentic and genuine as you can be, because guess what? It scares away all the pieces of shit. Literally. They're like, no, dude, too much work. Nope, she's a bitch. Whoa, no. And then you're like, perfect. That's exactly what I want. Goodbye. So it's actually the most beneficial and least waste of your time to just be yourself and not give a fuck what people think. Because the people who do care, if they have an issue with it, those aren't the people that are supposed to be around you anyway. That's the thing. They can go find people that match their vibe because they're clearly not vibing with you if it bothers them when you're being yourself. So that is my biggest suggestion to you, Amanda, is it's not like, just don't care what people think. It's literally like, when you stop prioritizing the vibration around you and you look at it that way and you want to like raise your vibration so that you can manifest things to happen in your life, you start looking at people like that and you're like, wait a minute, you're not adding to my vibration. You're bringing my vibration down, ew. And it starts to be like you choose yourself unintentionally, like without even noticing. You slowly start to choose yourself if you view it that way. And then one day you are high vibration as shit and you repel all the low vibration people without even having to try. It's amazing. Look how much I irritate the low vibration people that come in here. They can't even fucking stand being in here. And that's the whole goal, is you will get to a point where it weeds out the people on purpose without you even having to fucking lift a finger. And it's the best. Ask Jade. I wish Jade was in here. When Jade first became friends with me, she was like, dude, all these people keep like, because all these people be like, man, fuck Devin, she's a bit, and like go to Jade and try to tell Jade not to be my friend anymore. And she'd be like, why do all these people have an issue with you? And I was like, I haven't done anything. But I'll tell you what I do is I repel low vibration people like a motherfucker. They get so jealous, so angry at the fact that I am so unbothered and confident with who I am that they literally will, yeah, they're like the LARPer, yeah. That girl last night, she was so pissed. She was like, you're LARPing being a good person. She couldn't handle that I'm actually a good person. And so I'll tell you, that is the key, is being your authentic self will get you high vibration. And then once you're there, you will repel all of those fuck faces, like the fuck boys that you're talking about, that you can't just turn it off. And then you can. Then once you get to that point, girl, you can, because you don't even care anymore. You're not even associating with those type of dudes. So you don't even have to turn it off. Does that make sense? Because those dudes aren't even getting near you. And it's such a peace. I can't even explain to you. The peace of that is just, yeah. So I hope that helps, Amanda. But if you need to be overly emotional too, you do that, girl. There's nothing wrong with emotional release. It's really good for you and it's good for your nervous system. Crying is actually one of the best ways to reset your nervous system. So I hope that helps, Amanda. Oh my God, you guys, look at the story that won. I appreciate you too, Amanda. Okay, you guys, Highway 6661. Oh, I'm glad, Lonnie. And I mean it. Trust me, I have been through it. I used to be like, I was literally the girl that attracts the alpha hot douches. Okay, that sounds great, doesn't it? No. It's literally, it was like the worst fucking thing. And I loved them. I'm not going to lie. I had a thing for the stupid, like the fun, like, you know, that type. Ugh. And now I could not be more repelled by those types of people. I could not be more repelled by, like, do you know what I'm saying? Like when you get to that vibration, you look back and you're like, oh my, like what a tool. Oh my God. So, but I will also warn you, and then it really narrows your options because there's basically like no one to date after that you become high vibration. So just a fair warning. There's like 4 people to date in the world. I'm just kidding. But with that being said, yeah. I'm kidding. But it is a lot harder. It's like a desert. But Taylor said truly 4 people. And I think 3 of us are in here. Yeah, laughs in frustration. Skrilla, what do you mean? I just said I completely changed and I don't like douchebags anymore. What would that say? If I like you, what would that say? That you're not a douchebag? Deborah, right? I know. Oh, thanks, Taryn. Yeah, I'm not filtered at all. Oh, thanks, Gabriel. Thanks, Red Black Paws. Yeah, Gabriel, I think you're talking in code, so I'll find out later. And thank you, Taryn. Taryn said, one of the many things I love about you, Devin, is your personality isn't filtered. I'm like, yeah, that is literally, I'm pretty sure it's called like the TISM. Pretty sure there's like a whole thing where they studied people with like ADHD and autism and how we don't understand the rules of society. We refuse to like comply. Yeah. And so I've been like this my whole life, and it was a joy for my parents. Let me tell you. I used to correct all of my teachers. That was really fun for my parents and me. So yes, thanks. I'm glad that finally somebody likes my unfiltered personality because I've been like this forever, and it hasn't always been loved. I'll tell you that. It has not always been appreciated. But I'll tell you what it is appreciated by: my friends. Because my friends tell me that no matter what, they can count on me to give them loving truth and guidance, even if it's the last thing they want to hear in the world. I'll be like, okay, bitch, I know you don't want to hear this shit, but is it because you're being a fucking pussy? Yeah, probably. But is that okay? Yeah. And they're like, yeah. I wish Ange was here right now, because the first time Ange and I hung out in real life, I had to give her some hard love. And she was like, I don't think I've ever had a friend who talked to me like that. And that's the fucking sweetest, most real thing you could ever say. And so I will say that as unfiltered as I am, it's also unfiltered love. And I am very loving to the people in my life. And I will tell them things that other people won't tell them because I want what's best for them. And other people are too socially tiptoey because they're not telling you because of their own discomfort. I'll be uncomfortable to tell you so you get better. Does that make sense? Like, most people don't really, if they wanted your best interest, they'd go be uncomfortable and they would tell you. But they don't, because they can't be uncomfortable, so they won't tell you the truth, and I will. If you think I'm a bitch ever, that's okay too. I'll sacrifice you thinking I'm a bitch because I love you so much. I want you to hear this, and because I know it'll help. And so that's where I am at. That's the kind of love I give. And I'll tell you something else. They don't ever stay mad at you forever, even if you do drop a truth bomb on them and they're like mad at you for a while, because it ends up coming true, and then they're like, I'm sorry, I love you, girl. I'm like, love you too. Oh my God, thank you, Holly. Oh, I love this one. Look at it. Interstellar. Thank you. And it's funny because I'll be like, so sorry. I'm like, me too. Like, you're still a bitch. I'm like, I know. I'm like, okay. Yeah, Faye. The difference between being fake, nice, and kind. Yep. And that's the thing is, so people who are acquaintances, are the type of people, that's acquaintance style. If you're my friend, tell me when I'm being an idiot. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's why you have friends. They're supposed to be your like tribe to tell you, like, you know what I mean? To have your back. Me too, Rachel. Me too. Yep. So it's not really love if sometimes it's not tough, in my opinion. You don't have to be mean, but like, like, the realer my friends are with me, the more I love them. Exactly. Like, I'll tell you right now, if I'm in a group of people, and it's the smallest thing, but if I'm in a group of people and they don't tell me I have something in my fucking teeth, I'm like, what is wrong with you? Who are you people? Get away from me right now. Like, you know what I mean? If I can't even trust you to tell me I have some fucking like greens in my teeth, my God. Yeah. And some people can't even do that. Yeah, biggest red flag right there. Yep. I'm like, if you're too much of a pussy to tell me something, I don't think we can be friends. Because what the fuck? I just went to the bathroom and looked at I've been talking to you for 2 hours. Like, okay. That says all I need to know. I don't trust you for shit. All right, we'll be right back with Highway 666. Exactly, Robin. Exactly, Rich. Yes, exactly, Fairy Witch. Aw, thank you, Jukebox Baby. Nice, thank you. I'm so glad somebody suggested welcome to the porch. All right, guys, grab a beanbag chair, grab a hammock, sit back and relax, and get ready for the next story, The Tale of Highway 666. Feel free to hit that share arrow in the bottom right-hand corner. There's a little yellow circle with 2 arrows chasing each other that says repost. And that puts my live into your friends' FYPs and helps us grow this beautiful porch of ours. Also, sharing to your stories helps too. And thanks for tapping. Exactly, Gabriel. There's a kind way to do it. Hi, Wilkins. Exactly, Brooke. Look at Skrilla looking like a snack. Kim said, oh. I can hear Kim saying that. Oh. Thank you, SLS. Are those your initials or are you the ghost hunting device? Please say the device. Yes, exactly, Gabriel. Hi, Melinda. The moon always has a face, Dub. Initials, okay. I love the SLS camera on ghost hunting. It's my favorite device. So you have cool initials. Uh-oh, Kim, what's up? Melissa, thank you for the populars. Peter, thanks for the cozy cryptids. Holly, I hope you're having a good day. Oh, we got a corgi booty. Thanks, Bryce. Yeah, twerking ghost. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of the Devil's Highway. You know what's funny, you guys? Skrilla always whines about his story not winning. And then I just looked and he's not here. me up so much. He's always like, everybody hates my story. And then he's not here. Don't panic. Oh shit, Justin. Wouldn't that be funny if he came back and we were like, well, we skipped it. Exactly, Jerry. We just getting started. Don't panic. Shawty fell in love with a hustler. Man, I took her from a buster. I should be a DJ on the side. I know. I do have a love for music. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of the Devil's Highway. Most people know it as Route 666, the Devil's Highway. Technically, it no longer exists. In 2003, the stretch of highway running through parts of New Mexico, Colorado, and Utah was officially renumbered to US 491. The official explanation was safety improvements and route restructuring. But nobody who grew up around the highway believed that story. The old highway had earned a reputation long before the number change. Truckers claimed they encountered a massive black sedan that appeared out of nowhere, driving impossibly fast before simply disappearing. Others reported being chased by a pitch-black vehicle with no license plate and no visible driver. There were stories of phantom semi-trucks that barreled directly toward oncoming traffic before vanishing inches from impact. The older stories came from people who lived near the highway. They described seeing cattle gathered silently along the roadside, not grazing, just staring. Entire herds standing perfectly still for miles. Others claimed to encounter unnaturally aggressive animals. That refused to move out of the road. Ranchers occasionally spoke about livestock found mutilated under strange circumstances, feeding rumors that something darker wandered the desert after sunset. Did you guys see that? What the fuck was that? People are so fucking weird, dude. Okay. People disappearing after pulling over. Abandoned vehicles with the doors hanging wide open. Thank you, Bryce. Drivers who insisted they had mysteriously lost hours of time on that road. Me too, Whitney. Now, whether those accounts were true or not didn't really matter. Because Route 666 had become one of those places where every strange thing that happened was absorbed into its mythology, until the road became an entity itself. Now, I had never even heard of the road until Ben, also known as Skrilla. He casually mentioned it to me because he knows that I love the spooky and the unexplained. And as someone whose love for the open road dub runs deep, I knew I had to cruise that stretch of asphalt for myself. And I was hoping to drag Ben along with me. Neither of us really believed in cursed highways. We just thought it'd make for a fun weekend together. We crossed into northwestern New Mexico just after lunch. The landscape slowly emptied until there was almost nothing left except tan mesas, dry washes, weathered fences, and endless sky. It was beautiful. It always seemed like horror movies exaggerated how isolated places like this felt, but they didn't. You could drive an hour without seeing another vehicle, sometimes longer. Every now and then, we'd pass faded memorial crosses planted along the side of the road. One became 5. 5 became 20. By late afternoon, I had stopped counting. Thank you, Jess. Ben finally pointed out what I had been thinking. There were an alarming number of memorials on this road. Thanks, Jess. The road itself wasn't difficult to drive. Long, straight stretches, gentle hills, good visibility. Nothing about it explained why there had been so many tragedies on this lone stretch of road. Near sunset, we spotted what looked like a scenic turnout overlooking a shallow canyon. Okay, Crucial, thanks for being here. We pulled in to get out and stretch our legs. I immediately noticed the silence. No insects, no birds. Not even a breeze. Ben looked over the edge of the overlook while I wandered toward a weathered wire fence running along the edge. And that's when I noticed the cattle. Maybe 30 of them spread across the desert below. None of them were eating. None of them were lying down. Every single one of them was facing us. I pointed them out to Ben. He laughed at first. But then his smile disappeared when he realized they weren't moving. Not one flicking an ear. Not one swishing a tail. It looked like someone had paused reality. We stood there for nearly a minute. Finally, Ben shrugged and headed back toward the truck. The moment his hand touched the driver's side door, every cow turned at exactly the same time. Not gradually, like dozens of mannequins rotating together. And instead of looking at us, they were now looking behind us. Ben slowly lowered his hand from the door handle and turned around. And there was nothing there. So I ran back over to the overlook and I looked down to see that all the cattle were gone. The entire field was empty. What the actual? Ben came running back over and firmly grabbed my hand and very sternly said, "Devin, respectfully, get your ass back in the truck." "Of course, James, love you." Fair enough. I listened because he was right. My self-preservation instincts are not the best. Neither of us said another word until we were back on the paved highway. No more scenic overlooks for us. Darkness settled fast. The GPS estimated another hour before we'd reach our motel. About 20 minutes later, we rounded a bend and saw something standing in the middle of the road. For sure, tequila. For 100%. At first, I thought it was an elk, or maybe a horse. But as we got closer, I realized it was far too broad to be either. Ben slowed down to almost a crawl as we got closer to it, and the animal didn't move. And then we could see clearly that it was a bull. An enormous black bull. Its horns stretched so wide they nearly reached both lane markings. It wasn't wandering. It was just standing perfectly square in the center of our lane. Ben gently honked the horn. Nothing. Another honk. Still nothing. It simply stared directly at us through the windshield. Ben muttered that we needed to go around, but there wasn't much room. He slowly steered to the left, and the bull turned its head like it was tracking us. We edged further around it, and when my window came alongside its shoulder, I could finally grasp how massive it really was. Its back was almost level with the hood. Then Ben accelerated and we cleared it, and we both instinctively looked in the side mirrors. And there was no bull anywhere in sight. Just empty pavement for miles. We both just looked at each other and laughed, like, are we tripping right now? And if we are, at least we're going through this together, I guess. Neither of us spoke for a while after that, our heads spinning. About 30 minutes later, the truck lurched and the steering wheel jerked violently. Flat tire, great. Good eye, Robin. Ben managed to pull onto the shoulder without rolling the rim. Skillfully, I might add. Neither of us were thrilled about changing a tire in complete darkness, but we didn't really have much of a choice. Ben grabbed the jack and I held the inadequate flashlight. And then we realized the tire wasn't punctured, it had been shredded. Long parallel cuts. Almost as though someone had dragged giant claws around the sidewall. We crouched lower and we looked underneath the truck, and there were fresh footprints. 4 toes with long claws. Each print nearly twice the size of my hand. They didn't approach the truck, they came out from beneath it, which made no sense. The prints began directly under the rear axle and continued away into the desert. How? Ben got the spare tire put on and we both climbed back inside. He tried starting the engine, but nothing. The dashboard lights remained on though, so the battery must have been fine. It simply refused to crank. Then, something bumped the underside of the truck. Whatever it was stayed below the windows, so we couldn't see it. We could only hear it scraping against the frame. Neither of us took our eyes off the windows. Minutes passed, but it felt like hours. And then I noticed movement in the passenger mirror. Something low and black running alongside the truck. Good one, Fairy Witch. It disappeared though before I could focus on it. A second later, it flashed past Ben's mirror, and then mine again. It kept staying below window level, almost deliberately, like it knew exactly where we couldn't see it. The truck rocked once, twice, hard enough to make the suspension creak. The third shove lifted my side several inches, and I heard gravel sliding underneath. Another hit, stronger. This time the truck actually shifted. And then I heard breathing directly beneath my feet, like something enormous had crawled underneath and stopped to catch its breath. The jack, which Ben had accidentally left beside the truck, flew out from underneath us and disappeared into the darkness. And it didn't roll, it was thrown. We both saw it. And then, as suddenly as it began, everything stopped. The breathing, the pressure, the rocking. Nothing but absolute silence. Thank you, Nikki. Thank you, Justin. Thanks, Susie. Ben turned the key in the ignition one more time and the engine started instantly, as though nothing had ever been wrong. We both smiled at each other and chuckled as he pressed on the gas and we hauled ass out of there. We didn't stop again until we reached civilization. I have no idea what we experienced out there in the desert. But I can't help but wonder if, somewhere out there, on the lonely stretches of the highway once known as Route 666, another traveler is slowing down tonight after spotting something standing silently in the road, trying to decide if what they're seeing is perfectly ordinary or the beginning of the next story someone will tell about Route 666, the Devil's Highway. And that's the tale of the Devil's Highway. Welcome in, everybody. My name is Devin, and this is Porch Lore, and I tell spooky bedtime stories to help you relax your nervous system and fall asleep. And I'm here every single night at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time until about 1 in the morning. Oh, thanks, Brooke. I do write and record all of these stories myself, and you can listen to them whenever you would like on my YT channel, as well as all of the podcast streaming sites. Just look for Porch Lore and you will find me. Also, all the links are in my bio. Hi, Jessica. Oh, so very ordinary. I said that in the beginning. Oh, but they said they changed it because of sign theft. That's funny. Hi, Matt. All right, guys, I'm going to set up the next poll for us to vote. And could you do me a big favor? Could you guys hit that share arrow in the bottom right-hand corner? There's a little yellow circle with 2 arrows chasing each other that says repost. And that little yellow circle puts the live into your friends' FYPs, and it helps us grow this beautiful porch of ours. And sharing it to your stories helps too. Sent the town to group chat. Oh, thanks, CJ. Thanks. Yay. I'm excited. More California stories. Nope, Robin, I don't give hints. I don't give hints. Oh, that's cool. A cactus man. That sounds creepy. That sounds fun. Yeah, Robin, only because she started the live with the one that was my story that week. That's the only reason. And that's why y'all shouldn't miss Kim's live. You know? Just kidding. No, Robin, I have lots of patience. Impatience is a instant gratification thing. It's you have to retrain your brain because our society teaches us to be impatient. Like, I can't imagine how all these tablet kids are going to be. It's going to be insane. It's going to be insane. They're just going to crash their cars into each other. I swear to God, because they can't even wait. Like, it's going to be crazy. If they even drive, because I heard the teens don't even want to drive anymore. Like, they don't want to get the license, which is the weirdest thing I've heard in my life. Yeah, Ubers until there's a hurricane. Like, she needs to get her license. There's so many instances where you need to know how to drive. I mean, I guess it depends on if she's ever going to stay, if she's ever, you know, if she's only going to stay in one place forever, but. Yeah, Sherry, they can for random things. But not if they want to go out of town with their friends camping, if they want to do anything else. That's insane. That's insane. Plus, are teenagers crazy? Who did y'all not have sex in a car? Because I did. The fuck? It's like a rite of passage as a teenager. And they're like, I don't want to drive. I'm like, what are you guys even teenagers? Exactly, bed of dust. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's like a rite of passage. It's a rite of passage. CJ. Really, Scream Queen? You did it in a car at 40? I love you, Daz. I can imagine you saying that in your accent, too. He said midlife crisis. That has me cracking up. Catherine did at 47. Look at you, Catherine. Yes, girl. I mean, is there an age limit? I don't think so. I don't think there's a cap. Oh my God, Voodoo Daddy. Well, that's kind of fun. Yeah, that makes sense, Rich. That's you know what, we were like that. I was the youngest. My sister was much more like, yeah, in the trunk. But I'm thinking, do you mean the trunk like a station wagon SUV trunk where the trunk is kind of open and attached to the back seat? Or do you mean like a trunk? Kim. Oh, Kim, don't act like you're an angel. Please. Don't act like you're an angel, girl. I'm sure you were putting those yams in beef. I'm just kidding. Okay, guys, I'll be right back with the next poll. How was Florida, Taryn? You crack everyone up, Kim. Why, CJ? Because you're not the one making sexual innuendos, it's me. He said yes. Yes. Oh, yeah, Kim went to Catholic school. Good point, Robin. All right, you guys, the next poll is ready. Thank you, Justin. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Faye. Thanks, Amy. Thank you guys for the cozy cryptids. All right. Yeah, Scream Queen. That's right. All right, guys, we have Hug and Molly, Paint Blue, Red Mesa. This is a Wendy's. I love you, Kim. Excuse me, sir. This is a Wendy's. All right, we have Hug and Molly, Paint Blue, Red Mesa, Wrong Turn, and the Wyoming Little People. Who's it gonna be? Peter, you're correct. They really are. All right, guys, who's it gonna be? Hi, Queen Loyal. I didn't see you come in. Hi, cutie. Hi, Heidi. Hi, Brooksy. Hi, Priscilla. Hi, Tater Dot. Hi, Tommy. Hi, Lovely. Hi, Bone and Branch. Hi, Lisa. Hi, Thay. Hi, Melly. Yeah, Mackenzie, you should do it. Yeah, lovely. I was just looking at the list. And I was like, hi. I'm trying to see the people I missed. It only shows me the first 100 people that are in here, but. Hi, Simply. All right, guys. The winner is the Wyoming Little People. This one hasn't won in a long time. Hasn't even been requested in a long time. So I'm going to get that one ready. If you guys could do me a big favor, could you please hit that share arrow in the bottom right-hand corner? There's a little yellow circle with 2 arrows chasing each other that says repost. And that little yellow circle puts the live into your friends' FYPs. And so when they're flipping through their phones, they'll see the live and they might come in and hang out with us. Also, you can undo it and redo it every once in a while. It just resets the algorithm, lets it know people like it here. Also, thank you for tapping on the screen. We're already at over 100K. Thank you, guys. Yeah, Lady Rose, your story request won. Thank you, guys. And I'll be right back with the tale of the Wyoming Little People. Grab a beanbag chair, grab a hammock. Exactly, Melly. Sit back and relax, and welcome to the porch. And as I always say, there is always room for one more on the porch. Be right back. Happy Thursday. Matt, Shark. Shark and Diva Confessions. No, CJ, his nickname was Shark. No, his nickname was Shark, right? That's why when he said his superhero name would be Sharky, right? That's his nickname. See, I knew it. I can use context clues. I knew it had to be your frat nickname. Because when I asked him what we were talking about superhero names or something, and he was like, I'd be called Sharky. Dragon or Nighthawk, I like that, Melly. We have not lost all decorum. Why? Because I mentioned how teenagers used to have sex in cars and they don't anymore. Not that big of a deal. CJ, I'm gonna guess, knowing Matt's personality, it's not what I would assume. It's not what I would assume. Because I would assume what I would assume. But given Matt's personality, I don't think that's why. I could be wrong. But Matt, we already have a priest in here. Look, he's above you. Wait, why are we calling a priest? Me too, Thay. Me too, Thay. And now kids don't even want to drive. They just think they can just take Ubers and Lyfts. I'm like, you don't even, what is wrong with you? Like, that's a rite of passage as a teenager. Are you like, what? But then everybody got started chatting about how it's not just a teenager thing, and people are still doing that. And I was proud of all the pals. I was proud of the pals getting frisky in their vehicles. Yeah, that's not a thing that happens, Lovely. Justin. Okay, Mary. Okay, Mary. And the fact that your name is Mary makes that funnier. And look at all these people's stories. Oh my God. See what I mean? And look how you guys remember it. See how you remember it. Those are the memories that even if you don't, I know you probably have teenagers and you probably don't want them, but too bad, dude. Your parents didn't want you doing that either. And it's a rite of passage. It's cherished memories you have forever. And you know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's sad. They're not going to get that. And if you don't get to do that stuff when you're a teen, you do that stuff when you're 50 and you blow up your whole fucking life. You know? It's called a midlife crisis. Melly. That's what I was talking about, lovelies. They don't even want to drive. It's very weird. And I'm worried about what these kids are going to be like. Because they don't have an attention span and they don't want to do anything. And I don't know. Am I the only one that sees that not turning out well for the people who are going to be taking care of us when we're really old? Just saying. Yeah. That's what I was saying, Nikki. That's literally true. And it's really weird. It's very weird. Well, Robin, good. That gives me hope. Because I've been hearing a lot don't, and it's very alarming to me. And I feel like it should, I don't know, it seems like an alarming pattern. That's alarming to me. Because when I got a job as a news reporter, first thing they ask you on the application is if you know how to drive a car. There's lots of jobs you can't even get without knowing how to drive a car. And when Hurricane Harvey came and hit, you know who couldn't get away and couldn't call an Uber? Everyone who didn't have a car. So it's literally like not safe to not know how to drive a car, in my opinion. Yeah, Justin. She's still here, I think, but I think she knows how to drive. Oh yeah, we should ask her if she wants to drive. Fairy Witch, are you interested in driving a car, or do you and your friends not have any interest? We're curious. Is that something you guys are like, yeah, totally can't wait? Or are you guys like, hell no? Maybe. Okay. She says maybe. Okay. Not sure yet. Okay. So that's interesting to me though, because when we were your age, all we wanted to do was drive and get our license. So what makes you not sure? Because I'm very curious why this generation it's like the first time I think in history that a generation hasn't been that interested in driving. And I find it really interesting. So what makes you not sure? And you don't have to answer if you don't want to. Just curious, because I'm a curious person. I like to understand where people are coming from. You feel like driving seems difficult. Yeah, but anything new is difficult when you first have to learn how to do it. But it's literally like yeah, and you do get confused at times at the beginning. That's why you start slow and you don't take the highways at the beginning. You know what I mean? Like, but it's one of those things where like you pick up on it really quickly. Your brain knows that it's important. Your brain knows that it's serious. Does that make sense? So you're much more heightened than you would realize. You're not able to be that willy-nilly about it. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't think, and messing up isn't like, you know what I mean? People mess up all the time. People accidentally almost change lanes and then people get out of their way. You know what I mean? So it is difficult at first, but it's one of those things that's like, it's only difficult for like the first couple of months while you're learning. And then it's just something you know how to do. It's like a bike. You know what I mean? Learning how to ride a bike is literally like more scary because you literally can fall off and like scrape your skin open. You know what I mean? But no pressure if you don't want to, but everything is difficult at first. Yeah, everything. And driving is freedom. It's, if you have a best friend that moves away, you can drive to see her. If you meet a cute guy who lives out of town, you could drive to see him. You know, it's just very, it's just freedom. It's so much. It's so important if you can. And obviously there are people who can't afford cars or like, you know, but if you can, and your parents are willing to help you, I highly recommend doing it because everything's kind of scary and unfamiliar at the beginning. Wholesome take I have on driving. Oh, thanks, Wilkins. It's true. That's how I feel it's freedom. It's, you know, and it's also like for a million different reasons. Like, here's an example. When I was in college, my friend slit her hand open at a party with a glass, washing it in the sink, and I was able to drive her to the hospital. Do you know what I'm saying? So like, there's just so many instances where driving and like, when there's a meteor shower that peaks at 3 a.m. and you don't want to ask somebody, hey, could you drive me out to the middle of fucking nowhere so I can watch this dope ass meteor shower? Guess what? You have the freedom to do it yourself. You just drive your ass out into the country and watch a meteor shower. You know? It's just freedom to do whatever you want and not have to ask somebody else or pay somebody else. No, my friend cut her hand. Yeah. So I understand being a little weary of it, but it is just, it's something that your life will not be the same if you don't do it. It'll always be, I don't know. It's just a really important part of life. Maybe I should read Phantom Ride next. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. You did on Monday, Thay? I'm so sorry. See how easy it can happen? Thay cut her hand open on a glass on Monday. Yeah, Phantom Ride's about a creepy Uber. Yeah. All right, guys. I'll be right back with the Wyoming Little People. Ouch, Matt. That sounds terrible. Yes, Wilkins. It's a reworking of an Are You Afraid of the Dark? I hate that, Brooke. Like, if they are doing that to a creature or something, please don't tell me. Just don't fucking tell me, okay? Hi, Angela. Hey, love bug. I got your text about swimming on Saturday. Yay! I can't wait. I'm going swimming at the pretty quarry that you guys saw on Saturday at Pizza Palooza. That beautiful natural quarry. I'm going swimming with the two Anges again. Ange and Ange again. It's so fun. Hi, Nammy. And this time Ange won't have to give me a jump so I can make it home. Thanks, Thay. Thay, I bet you guys have amazing places to swim in Brazil. Brazil. Can you like start sharing pictures of Brazil with us? Because like I'm all about like tropical environments and like I'd really like to know what it's like to live somewhere where mangoes just fucking grow on trees and you have like all the cool animals. Like, wait a minute. Do you have tigers in Brazil? No. No. Well, you have jaguars, don't you? It'd be jaguars. What big kitties do you have there? I love mangoes too. See, I knew you did. I knew you did. It looks beautiful. Brazil looks like heaven. Wait, do you have capybaras in Brazil? Oh my God, do you have capybaras in Brazil? Like I can't imagine having capybaras like people have raccoons. Like, can you imagine? You have a lot of capybara. That's why Brazil has capybara as the gift, isn't it? Because you know that guy that was the hot Brazilian that looks just like Jason Momoa in Aquaman and he goes live and he pretends to be Aquaman all the time? Well, that was like the first international live I'd ever been in because, you know, when you don't set your feed yet, it just randomly suggests people to you and that dude has like billions of followers or something. So he came up in my feed. So I went into it and it was like the very first international live I'd been and I just came on a TikTok and I look at it and in the gifts they had a capybara. Like it's their standard, it's a standard 30 coin gift, just sits there forever. It's like their reg gift. And I was like, what country is this? And then I found out he's Brazilian and I was like, that checks out. Now I get it. You guys have them there. Oh yeah, Aunt Chassis. Oh yeah. Does nobody else know about him? I don't even think I follow him. He's not really my thing, but he is very charismatic. Wait, bears in Ohio? Where? You're talking about like Hocking Hills? We have no bears in Northern Ohio. Are you kidding, Thay? No. Are you allowed to like take one and make it your friend? Or are there rules? Like, could I just take one and give him a smooch? Or are there rules? Could I take him and dress him up in clothes and push him around in a wagon, or are there rules? I almost kidnapped one in Texas, Rebecca, and my best friend had to stop me. I've tried to liberate animals more than once, and it is a crime. I tried to do it with a horse once too, and my friend, once again, Chelsea, likes to remind me when things are against the law. And I always tell her, you can do anything if you believe in yourself enough, Chelsea. And she's like, Devin, I will kill you. Yeah, I can domesticate anything. Hi, yeah, hi. Oh my God, I love you so much. Hi, New Jersey Snow White. Guys, follow her. I love her. She's a witchy bestie, and she is one of the funniest fucking people you'll ever hear in your life. She lives in New Jersey, and she feeds wild animals. She has lots of little foxies, deer, a wolf, and it's this little patch of land in the middle of like urban New Jersey, and she goes live and feeds all the little critters, and hi girl, I love you, I miss you so much. And she's just a light. Her energy, she's like me. She's a kind, but also don't fuck with her. Do you know what I mean? She's amazing. She's amazing. Yes, she has the best accent, and she doesn't give a fuck, and she will ride for animals, and I love her for that, because she's like, her and I are both like justice oriented bitches, and she'll be like, I know you fucking didn't touch that fox, you know what I mean? It's my favorite thing. I love her so much. So please follow her and check out her live, and she's amazing. The accent, yeah, she said, what accent? Yeah. Go watch her videos and you'll hear her cute accent. She's the best, and she's beautiful. She's stunning. She's like a supermodel, so she's the best. I'm glad you're here. You're up late. Why are you up so late? You're usually a morning girly. Can't sleep. Are you out of town? Aw, thanks. Love you, girl. What? Oh, the fight? What happened, Brooke? Really, Matt? You guys both are? You wake up at midnight, 3 a.m., and 5 a.m. Interesting. I wonder if you astral project in your sleep and you just don't know it. Yeah, you sound like a cat. Do you astral project when you're sleeping? Because that's like a very, that's like, you're not the first person I've heard to say that they wake up at like 12, 3, and 5. Someone else said that too. Yep, that's the first thing I thought of. I was like, wait a minute. Especially someone as powerful as you. I wouldn't be surprised if that's why you're waking up like that on intervals, because you're like coming back from it each time. That's very interesting. Or unless it's like your bladder. You have whole conversations of your dreams out loud. Do you? Oh, you need to record it. You're definitely like astral projecting. Oh, thank you for the hand hearts. Okay, then you already are astral. If you're conscious while you're dreaming and you can control them, then that's pretty much like you're lucid dreaming. Which means, yeah. Which is it's really interesting to me. I don't have dreams, so it's very interesting to me, people that do. And the whole like dream and sleep world. I have no dreams. All of mine were crushed. No, I'm just kidding. But I really don't have dreams. No, I don't dream. I know it's very weird. I really never met anybody else who doesn't dream. You're still practicing it, Fairy Witch? I love that. Yeah, I don't have dreams. I don't know, Fairy Witch. It's a good question. Everybody asks me that. Yeah. No, Grace. It actually probably means the opposite. Dreaming is when you've hit REM sleep, which is the deepest sleep. You had a dream about me and my jam. We were at a store and they had a horse. I love that. I love that dream because I love horses. Anywhere there's a horse, I would love to be. Really, Kim? Do you not have dreams either? Yeah, Sherry, that's why I said I think it's the opposite, because she said, is it because you get really deep sleep? I said, no, I think it's the opposite. I think it's because I'm a fucking vampire. I think it's because I don't sleep. You don't have dreams either, Kim? Yep. Weird. Weird. You can dream even in the in-between sleep when I'm halfway. Yeah, New Jersey. Okay, so you definitely have something going on with like your powers in that aspect, because you know that Edgar Casey studied that in-between place, and he called it, what did he call it? And that's where he could get all his psychic visions, and that's where he could astral project, is that in-between. And if you're conscious and having dreams in the in-between, then that's definitely what you're doing. You can hear everything around you while you're sleeping. Wow. Is that a mom thing? I feel like moms can do that. When I'm asleep, I'm like gone. I'm just like on pause. I have no dreams. I have nothing. I don't even like move around a lot. I'm just like, bleh. It's like they just unplugged me. But sometimes I giggle in my sleep, which is admittedly creepy, but whatever. Merlin doesn't mind. Winter said goals. You used to scare your kids sneaking out of the house. That's so funny. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of the Wyoming Little People. And Muddy, the only ones I've ever had have come true. I actually had a dream about the Annie Palmer story, and I didn't know anything about it, and I had a dream all about it, like I was there. Like the what I wrote was my dream. And then I had some girl on IG contact me from Jamaica and be like, dude, I found your story on YT, and it's literally the exact same experience I had when I went to the White Rose Hall mansion. And I was like, what? So that was weird. And that's like the last dream I had. And Bud, it's funny you say NyQuil. I actually had to stop taking NyQuil. I can only take Robitussin because NyQuil has a chemical in it. I can't remember what its name is, but it starts with a D. And certain people, only certain people, that chemical in our brain makes us like literally hallucinate in our sleep. And when I took NyQuil, I would have night terrors. And I'm not even kidding you. Like my dad, I was home on Christmas vacation once from LA, and I just got really sick. And I was sleeping in the living room, and I took NyQuil, and my dad had to wake me up because I was screaming. And I don't even like have dreams. Like what? And I remember it to this day. I remember the dream. These men were chasing me. I remember what it looked like in the dream. Like it was terror. It was a night terror. And so I looked it up because it kept happening when I take NyQuil. And it's, yep, there we go. It's a D chemical. And only certain brains react to it. Wait, some guy got up and unalived his wife on NyQuil. Totally asleep. Are you serious? Yeah, yep. And you said you will not take NyQuil. Yeah. So I just was like, this is not normal Devon behavior. So I just gave it a goog, and I found all of these articles and reports from people about the crazy stuff they've experienced and they've done in their sleep on NyQuil. Is it really New Jersey snowy? I didn't know that. That's so creepy. And so I looked it up. Oh, really, lovely? So I looked it up, and guess what? I switched to Robitussin and have never, ever had that happen to me again. So I highly recommend anybody else that has that issue, go to Robitussin. And Robitussin, it does the damn job. Okay, yeah, text me. You really love NyQuil? Well, good, Puerto Rican. I'm glad that you're one of the people that it doesn't affect your brain that way. Because they even said in like the research that it's only certain people. It doesn't happen to everybody. Hi, Captain Casca. Did I just see you sneak in here? Bubs, yeah. You probably haven't heard my story, but I told a story once about a guy that did that in front of me, and he was completely asleep, and then he blamed it on his dog the next day and like rubbed his dog's face in it and smacked his dog, and I tried to tell him it was him, and he was like, would not believe me. And I was like, okay, you smacked your dog. Bye. Never talking to you again. But yeah, he pissed on the floor. Straight just stood there peeing, totally asleep. It happens to the best of people, Bubs. It happens. I know. I was like, ew, bye. And the worst part is he had a husky, so his husky was like mouthing back and yelling like he was like abusing a child. It was like, "Roar!" And I was like, I can't take this. Goodbye. You had a NyQuil dream that freaked you out and kind of changed all dreams. Yeah, bud, same. My NyQuil dream, I've never forgotten it since, yeah, it literally, yep, same. It was the most horrifying dream I've ever had, and I will remember it probably forever. Because that was a long time ago now. And I still remember it. So yeah. Okay, Lane. Yeah, it's one of the two. I don't remember which one of those it is, but it's the D word. I just remember that. Anyway. Justin. Well, a lot of people claim that shit is how they see Hatman, but I hate to break it to them, but a lot of us saw Hatman in the 90s before we were tripping on Benadryl or any of the other shit they're claiming causes him now. I'm like, no, you're just tripping. And your biggest fear is showing up because that's what your brain is doing. Okay, back to the little people. They sure do, Grace. They're so smart. Oh my God. Sherry said her husband drove to the gas station on Ambien and came back and he had lost his shoes. I wouldn't even be mad. I'd just be laughing. Like, how do you do that? I'm not even mad. I'm impressed. never took Ambien. I used to take Percocets like a real rap-loving bitch does, okay? Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society, this is the tale of the Wyoming Little People. Nammy's laughing. She still hasn't found the shoes. I am dying. Mild Percocet. Exactly, Matt. In the rugged terrain of Wyoming, where the vast plains meet the jagged mountains and the wind howls through the valleys, tales of the old and mysterious whisper from the earth. Among these stories, one stands out: the legend of the little people. These enigmatic figures, said to be no taller than a child, have captivated the imaginations of those who dwell in the shadow of the Rocky Mountains, intertwining folklore and reality in a way that leaves many questioning what lies beyond the veil of the ordinary. The legend of the little people is deeply rooted in the traditions of the indigenous tribes of Wyoming, particularly the Shoshone and the Arapaho. These tribes spoke of tiny beings who inhabited the mountains, forests, and valleys, creatures that were both feared and revered. Thank you, New Jersey Snow White. The little people were said to be mischievous yet wise, capable of bringing good fortune or misfortune, depending on how they were treated. According to the legend, the little people lived in harmony with nature, crafting their homes in the crevices of rocks or beneath the roots of ancient trees. They were believed to possess magical abilities, often appearing to those who wandered too close to their hidden realms. Some stories describe them as guardians of the land, protecting sacred sites and ensuring that the natural balance was maintained. Others depict them as tricksters, playing pranks on unsuspecting travelers who dare to trespass on their territory. The first documented encounter with the little people occurred in the late 19th century, when a group of prospectors ventured into the rugged mountains of Wyoming in search of gold. Among them was a young man named Jacob, who had heard whispers of the little people but dismissed them as tall tales. Yes, Grace, they are considered fae. Absolutely. As the group climbed higher into the mountains, they set up camp near a sparkling creek, their laughter echoing off the surrounding cliffs. Good night, Amanda. Sweet dreams. One night, as the men sat around the fire sharing stories, Jacob noticed something strange in the shadows. Tiny figures darting between the trees. The figures were no taller than a foot, dressed in garments made of leaves and grass. He asked his friends if they had seen it, but they only chuckled, thinking Jacob was finally lost his mind. As the night deepened, Jacob felt the pull to follow the figures. So he quietly slipped away from camp, drawn by an inexplicable urge. The little people danced in the moonlight, their laughter ringing like silver bells, beckoning him deeper into the woods. But the deeper Jacob went, the more entranced he became. The little people moved with an effortless grace, their small forms gliding over the forest floor. He felt as though he had entered a dream, a world untouched by the harsh realities of life. But as he reached the edge of a clearing, he stumbled into a soft patch of moss and fell, causing a commotion that startled the little people. They turned to him, their eyes glowing with a light, and Jacob froze, unsure of what to expect. But instead of hostility, the little people approached him cautiously, their expression shifting to curiosity. The air felt electric, charged with an energy that made his skin tingle. The little people gathered around him, their voices a melodic chorus that resonated in his mind. They spoke not in words, but in feelings. Images of the land, the importance of balance, and the consequences of human greed flooded his consciousness. Jacob was overwhelmed by a sense of urgency and understanding that the natural world was fragile and that the little people were its guardians. Brooke. Suddenly, a tall figure emerged from the shadows, a leader among the little people. The figure pointed towards the mountains, and Jacob felt a wave of emotion wash over him. The leader seemed to be communicating a message that if humanity continued to exploit the land, the balance would tip and the consequences would be dire. And in that moment, Jacob knew that he had to return to his camp and share what he had witnessed. As he turned to leave, the little people offered him a small token, a tiny charm made from stones and twigs. They wanted him to carry their message back to his people, a reminder of the connection between humans and nature. When Jacob finally returned to his camp, he rushed to his friends, but when he recounted his experience, they met him with skepticism. They laughed at his claims, dismissing them as folklore, blaming his fatigue and fear. As the days turned into weeks, Jacob's companions grew restless, their excitement for prospecting waning as they faced the harsh realities of life in the mountains. They were constantly met with unpredictable challenges. Dangerous weather, dwindling supplies, and a growing sense of discontent among the men. It was as if the very land itself was trying to get them to leave. One evening, the men gathered around the campfire and tension was high. Jacob tried to share his experience with the little people one more time, but his friends scoffed at him. "Good night, Robin." Fueled by a desire for gold, they laughed off his warnings, dismissing him as a fool. As the night wore on, strange occurrences began to plague the men. Their supplies went missing. Strange noises echoed in the darkness, and they felt as though they were being watched. Tensions rose as paranoia gripped the group. Jacob, now filled with regret, knew he had angered the guardians of the land. In the days that followed, the men faced a series of unfortunate events. Accidents, injuries, and mounting fear. One by one, they began to abandon the camp, driven by an instinctual understanding that they were not wanted there. Jacob remained determined to right the wrongs. As night fell, he wandered into the woods, calling out for the little people, pleading for forgiveness. "Okay, Robin." On the third night of his search, he stumbled upon a hidden glen, bathed in moonlight. There in the center stood the little people, their luminous eyes glimmering like stars. They approached him silently, their expressions softening as they recognized his sincerity. And in that moment, Jacob understood that he had been given a special chance. He promised them that he would respect the land, honor its inhabitants, and live in harmony with nature. With tears in his eyes, Jacob thanked them for sharing their wisdom and promised that he would share it with others. As dawn broke over the mountains, he returned to camp, ready to confront his companions. He gathered the remaining men, imploring them to leave the mountains. When Jacob later recounted his experiences, his sincerity shone through. And slowly the men began to listen. They packed all their belongings and left the mountains behind. Years passed, and Jacob actually returned to that valley where he had encountered the little people. He settled in a nearby town and dedicated his life to preserving the land and the stories of that land. He shared the legend of the little people with anyone who would listen, hoping to keep their memory alive. The tales of the little people continue to circulate and have become part of local folklore, and they serve as a reminder of the fragile balance between humanity and nature, urging people to respect the land and its secrets. In Wyoming today, hikers and outdoor enthusiasts often speak of the little people sharing their own experiences. Sightings of tiny figures darting between trees, echoes of laughter on the wind. The legend of the little people remains a source of fascination, drawing adventurers and dreamers to the wilds of Wyoming. And in the shadows of the towering peaks and among the whispering pines, the little people watch over the land, guardians of nature's secrets and reminding us to honor the world around us. And that was the tale of the Wyoming little people. And thank you, Lady Rose, for requesting that. No one ever does. And thank you guys for voting for it. Good night, Mary. Brooke said because it's fucking scary. You're scared of the little people, Brooke? That surprises me. I guess not. You're indigenous. I guess not. But they're not mean. They're elementals. They're fae. All fae is balance. Just like it said in the story. Depending on how you treat them. Depending on how you treat them. Exactly, Grace. Like Ferngully. Yep. It just depends on how you treat them. Good night, Melinda. You said no, no, no. The Pukwudgies scare me more. They're mean. And they don't even care. They're mean. And no, Bud Morgan, I have not experienced sleep paralysis. That's okay. That's fair enough, Brooke. She's like, I don't mess with them. They don't mess with me. Exactly, Deborah. There are little people legends across the entire world. In Indonesia, they're called the duende. In the Pacific cultures, like Hawaii and several others, they're called the menehune. They're called the moon-eyed people to the Cherokee. They're called leprechauns to the Irish. They're called pukwudgies to those in New England. They are literally all over the world. Oh, Justin. Oh, shit, Justin. Oh, shots fired at CJ and he's not even here. He's not here anymore. Poor CJ. He would love that joke. Because we always call him a short king. CJ said he was going to send me California folklore from where he lives. So that, because I don't have enough California stories. I know, that's pretty funny, dude. I'm like, there's little people in every state. Justin. Oh, it's in the group chat. He shared it in the group chat. Okay, perfect. I'll check. I can't wait. CJ's not even short. I don't know how tall he is. You thought we were saying short cake? No, it's short king. She thought I was saying short cake. No, short king. Like, we love a short king. It's a way to make short guys feel better about being short. I just found out that a tree in my yard is a fairy tree. Ooh, Sherry, can you send pictures of it to me? Yes, I can tell you all about it. I would love to see it. Does it have several large... Does it look like a couple trees grown together? Yeah, Spooky said, new saying for short people, short cake. Listen here, short cake. I bet they would love that. I have a Connecticut story, Winter. Does what have AC? Sherry, you're not too old for anything ever. Yeah, send me pictures of the tree. I want to see it. You're 5'9", Gigi. You are tiny. Oh, the tree. The Tuatha. Yep. James, the Tuatha is basically the Fae. Yeah, the Fae of Ireland. And the leprechauns fall under that. No, she said 4'9", not 5'9". She said she's 4'9". 4'9" is tiny. Oh, I said 5'9"? Oh, well, I meant 4'9". She's 4'9". That's so tiny. Yeah, 5'9" is not tiny. You're 4'9" too, Margaret? Wow. She was 5 feet tall. Man, I'm like a giant. What's going on? She says, now we shall call him Shortcake. And he'll be like, what? Okay, Brooke, that's a little closer. Justin, you're 6'3". Holy shit. You're tall. Are you German? Like German ancestors? All right, guys, do you want an extra story? Let's do an extra story. You are German. I knew it, Justin. We're tall as fuck, aren't we? Rachel, I'm 5'8" as well. So we're both Amazons apparently in this life. You're not done cleaning, lovely. Lovely, why are you cleaning? Oh, are you like, you mean you're doing your job cleaning, not cleaning your house? Like you're cleaning for a job right now? Or are you cleaning your house at 1 in the morning? Because if you're cleaning your house at 1 in the morning, go to bed. But if you're doing it for your job, then okay, I get it. You're cleaning your home, girl, go to bed. I knew you were. I knew it. Girl, go to bed. What are you doing? It's 1 in the morning. You don't need to keep cleaning. I'm sure it looks fine. Good night, Sherry. Sweet dreams. Oh, yeah. I forgot. Never mind. Proceed. I forgot about the full moon. My bad. Oh my gosh. Thank you for your first gift ever, GMLFM. I wish I knew what that meant, but I am terrible with those things, so I'm sure that probably means something that I don't know. Like, get money. That's probably not right. Why did the first thing go to rap? Yeah, get money. My brain is rap. I was like, GM, get money. Fuck bitches. No, that's not it. You love that my first thought was rap. Thanks. What does it mean? What does it mean? Oh, CJ's back. CJ, you just missed Justin's joke. He made a really funny joke. CJ also said, I better be able to see my reflection in the floor by the time you're done, lovely. You would. See? That's how you can tell. Okay, CJ, no, it was actually really funny. Oh, there we go. Shortcake is back. Okay. Lady Rose just said, nobody wants to check your stuff out. I can hear her saying that. Matt, thanks for making it rain with the money gun. Okay, CJ, I was talking about the little people. We just read the Wyoming little people story. And then somebody said there's little people legends all over. And I was like, yeah, there's like a little person legend in every state. And Justin said, yeah, we know the one in California. And you were here for it. I was like, no, CJ needs to be here to defend himself. No, like little magical people, CJ. Like the Duende and the Menahuni and the Moon Knight people. We were talking about how there's little people in a little people legend in every state and every culture. Oh, hey, Shannon. What is GMF? Oh, did you tell me what it means? Hold on, did she tell me what it means? Then, wait. It started with a free Blockbuster library. What? I don't understand. Oh, Garment Memorial Little Free Mall. I would have never guessed that. I definitely would have never guessed that. Get Money was definitely what I was. Garment Memorial Little Free Mall. Glad I didn't try to guess. It's like a free trade spot for the community. Oh, cool. I'm glad I didn't try to guess that though. It never would have worked. But that's really cool. I love that community. I love that. You sent me a few emails. One of them is about a copper cock. What? A copper cock? Am I reading that right? You sent me a picture of a copper cock in my email? Interesting. No, not you, GML. No. I'm reading other comments. She said, I prefer get money for me. Me too. I wish I was getting money too, right? Don't we all? No, I know you didn't send emails. I'm not talking to you. I'm reading. I think it's a folklore. I think she's talking about a folklore. I'm laughing too. It's like a copper, yeah. I think it's a legend of a copper chicken, a copper avian animal of the chicken variety that's male. I think. Yeah. But obviously the legend is called copper. There you go. Thank you, Shorty. There you go. Okay. I love it. I love it. Okay, Hungarian folklore. Yes. I have not done any Hungarian folklore. That sounds amazing. But see, guys, it wasn't something that, you know, it's an owl. It's an owl. I love how TikTok let me pin that, and it doesn't even let me pin like any half the comments. Oh, Whitney, so is yours. Wait, quite a folklore, but he's ripped. Oh, so he's like Mothman. He's like Zaddy. He's like Zaddy. When he said touche. This is why I just get chalky drunk and don't come around anymore. Why, CJ? I know, Matt. Copper is a bad word. So, Hungarian folklore, the copper cock. We're definitely going to tell that story. Dracula is a Hungarian thing too. Oh. Oh, okay, good. Good, CJ. They were calling you short cake. Right? Isn't that what you guys came up with? Yeah, see, there we go. I thought so, Brooke. I was like, not stack, cake. Okay, we'll be right back with the next poll. Do you guys see this comment right here? Don't worry, She-Wolf. I know you don't know the rules. But does anybody else who know the rules? What are the fucking odds? Do you see this right here? Do you guys see this comment right here? What are the odds? Yep. There it is, Justin. Yep. There it is. Do not, mods, don't block She-Wolf. Don't mute her. Don't mute her. Don't block her. But I have a no fox and hound rule in my life. We do not speak of that movie. She-Wolf didn't know it, but from now on, it makes me cry. I can't even think about the movie. It makes me cry. I've cried on my live about it with the Porch Pals like a couple times. So then it became a rule where like, we don't want Devin to cry. Let's not talk about that movie. And so that's why I said, what are the odds? Because She-Wolf, nobody ever brings it up. And I just made that rule because it came up once and I cried. And so the odds of She-Wolf bringing it up right now are just so funny because no one ever brings it up at all. Yeah, we don't talk about Bruno because it's, yeah, Maple Bars and Fox and the Hound, y'all. Those are, yeah, that movie, I'm not even getting into it. I'm not, see, because I go on a rant. I'm not going to get into it. But, yep. Be right back with the poll. Well, Justin, tacos, if they're mentioned every single night, like was starting to happen, then that's, yeah. Then I don't want to hear about tacos every single night. Hi, Elizabeth. Somebody was bringing them up every single night, Justin, not you, but I'm just saying, you know what I mean. And I was sick of hearing it. Thank you, Shannon. Oh, She-Wolf, we're just teasing. Don't be sorry. We're just teasing because the movie makes me so sad that we made this whole joke about how Fox and the Hound was an off-limits topic because everyone was crying. And we were like, and so, yeah, so it's a joke. It's not really like, obviously, we didn't, I'm not really blocking people who bring it up. It was just one of those like jokes because we all were literally like, Kim, even, I think we were all crying in the live, and we're like, we're blocking anyone who brings it up again. And like, it's just because I can't with that movie. I have so many issues with that movie it's a fucked up movie, to be honest. Anyway, it's horribly sad. Yeah, and it's just the worst moral tale that, like, because of what the fuck society says, at the end of the day, you still have to follow society's rules for you and you can't be friends. It's the most fucked up message to give kids. Like, just fall in line and follow the role you're supposed to. Dog and fox, you can't be friends. But it's just the most divisive. I don't know. I hate it. I think it's the worst kids movie. Anyway, that's why we don't talk about it. Because I get upset about it. Anyway, thanks, Elizabeth. I'm glad you're back. It's literally ridiculous, and it's a horrible message to teach kids. And it's fucked up. And he literally says at the end, if I see you again, I'll kill you. What the fuck? It's the worst movie. Anyway. Oh, Mamasaurus, I'm so glad. Thanks. Yeah, at the end. At the end, he says to the fox, I'll let you go this time, but I can't promise I will next time. So you better not be here. Like, I can't find you. I better not find you again. Like, he's basically saying, like, that's it. Our friendship ends here. I'm going to let you go now, but next time I see you, I'm a hunting dog and I'll fucking kill you. It's the worst fucking movie ever. It's the worst movie ever. And I never forgot it. It literally was, it's traumatizing. Yeah, right? She-Wolf? Yeah, it's something along those lines. It's like, yeah, exactly, Deborah, because most people were just kids and you guys didn't notice. I have always had this weird thing with animals, and I was traumatized by that movie. Fox and the Hound fucked me up and I hated it. And then also, Dances with Wolves. My mom took me to that because she's a Native American historian. She took me to that when I was literally 4 years old. And she took me to the theater because I was crying hysterically in the theater, ruining everybody's time because the wolf died. How are you going to make it a movie about when the wolf dies? How are you going to take me to it when I'm 4? Yeah, it's Disney. Yeah, Fox and the Hound's a Disney movie, dude. Yeah. And yeah. Go back and watch it as an adult, and you will see that, my God, It is the saddest. Like, we watch them become best friends. See, I told you guys I can't not talk about it when it comes up. This little fox and this little puppy, and they just are babies, and they don't have society's expectations. They don't even know they're supposed to be enemies, and they become best friends. They save each other's lives a couple of times. They protect each other. They sleep in a cave in a scary storm together when they're lost. They share their food, everything. And then one day, Copper, fucking douchebag, falls in with, like, decides he's supposed to be a hunting dog now, and he wants to make his owner really proud. And then he finds out that he hunts foxes. So then as he matures, he starts to tell the fox, like, hey, you just have to hide, and then after a while, he becomes that full-blown hunting dog, and then they run into each other again. And instead of telling the owners that the fox is over here, he says, I'm going to let you go this time, but next time I won't. We're not friends anymore. I'm a hunting dog, or whatever the fuck he says. And then he says, so you better not come back again. And then the fox cries and runs off alone and spends the rest of his life fucking alone because his best friend is a traitor who literally was a sheeple who did what society told him to do and be a fucking ass. And so it's the saddest movie. Yeah, it's straight betrayal too. It's the saddest movie. Yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry, Shiva. Yeah, and they promise to be best friends forever. Exactly, she will. And like, as a kid, I don't know. That movie was, I was not okay. Like, yeah. So to this day, I still hate that movie. It makes me so, I know, AMG. I don't know what they were thinking. I know what they were thinking. They were thinking, teach kids that you have to fall in line and do your roles in life, and that you can't go love someone you're not supposed to love. You can't go do things that they say you're not. You're supposed to follow the roles and rules. That's what they were trying to teach kids, and it's horrible. Your jaw's on the floor. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ruin. Do you guys? Nobody else remembers the ending? Did you guys just black it out because it was so sad? Yeah, Disney has several really sad movies. Your husband overheard me and he was like, what the fuck? Right? Isn't it terrible? Even your husband's like, what? And you remember? Okay, thank you. Because I was going to say, I'm not making this up, you guys. I have always been I've always felt very, very big feelings for animals since I was a little girl. I had an earwig cemetery, okay? I was weird, and I've been obsessed with the natural world and animals my entire life. So I remember this movie, and it scarred me, and I was horrified. Because also fox hunting is the stupidest, most archaic shit that, like, the whole movie is, oh God, James, there's a book. James said the book is worse. Thanks, Freedom. I know. I'm too sensitive for that. I don't belong here. This world is cruel. You know what, AMG? Dumbo scared me too when I was a kid. Dumbo scared me. I didn't know there was a Fox in the Hound book, but I'll tell you right now, I'd rather die than read that thing. I do not need any more. James said, yes, please do not read it. Okay, you don't have to tell me twice. Oh yeah, but She-Wolf, the mother's dead in every single Disney movie. In case you guys didn't notice, they kill off the mom in every Disney movie. Which is also definitely on purpose. Yes, the dad, Lion King is when the dad starts dying. And yes, the mother is alive and brave, and that's a very new movie for the last 100 years of Disney. The newer ones, they've obviously changed it up a lot, like, you know what I mean? But for the history of Disney, especially when Disney was alive, he killed off all of the mothers. Yep, it's all subliminal. It's very sad, isn't it, Blue? But that's the whole point, is you never noticed it. None of us did, really, because it's not supposed to be noticed. It's supposed to be subliminal. So that conditions people to be like, oh, they're not really that needed, are they? Just have my baby, bitch. Oh my God, Avril, you have fox cubs in your garden. Stop it. You live in England, don't you? Did you know that the foxes in England are domesticating themselves, you guys? And it's amazing. It's being studied right now because the foxes' snouts are shorter than they used to be. And that's the first sign of domestication in animals, is their faces get cuter. They get shorter and less pointy and rounder so that we think they're cuter, so that we want to take them in. I'm not kidding. Evolution does that. It is proven in science, and they have noticed a change in the foxes' snouts in the London, specifically London area. Over the last 100 years, their snouts have gotten quite a bit smaller and rounder, and they are domesticating themselves. They are living in people's backyards now, and they are, yep, give it a goog. They are domesticating themselves. So, you know what's really cool as an anthropologist to think about, because I love archaeology, is the way the domestication of dogs happened over, 1,000 years. We see it in the archaeological record, is there would be, after a while, people started burying the wolves or the foxes with them, the coyotes with them over time, right? And then they became domesticated dogs, and we saw that, right? So it's interesting to me to think that we're in the time right now, we're in 1,000 years, foxes will probably be people's fucking pets, and we'll be the people that lived when they were wild. Isn't that crazy to think about? That's crazy to think about, because they're in the process of domesticating themselves in the evolutionary record. The scientists said it's the first time they've ever seen it happen with foxes, and they are genetically changing and domesticating themselves, which is fucking cool. You know what, CJ? I will punch you in the face. I'm just kidding. You married a fox? Oh, I like that. Cheap said my face is getting more domesticated. Justin said do it. You're gonna adopt one? Oh my God, you should, Avril. Do it, do it, do it. You had pet skunks? Oh my God. Did they do the stompies? Skunks are so cute. Also, you guys, Bud said a funny joke over here. He said, it's a good thing for Copper that all dogs go to heaven. Because Copper's an asshole. Yeah, one of my best friend's dogs was named Copper, and he was so sweet. I know, Freedom. The Porch Pals are literally so funny. All of you guys are so funny. We have the funniest little group of people here. You guys are really funny. Okay, guys, the next poll is ready. Oh, wait, it says it's under review. Hold on. Never mind, now it's ready. Okay. We have Huggin' Molly, Haint Blue, Spearfinger, The Devil's Tramping Ground, and Red Mesa. You can vote in the top left-hand corner. You can vote up to 50 times, and you can vote for more than one story. Yeah, Matt, we do love to LARP. You're right, Fairy Witch. She loses so often that she gets her own sticker about how pissed she is about losing. Poor Molly. What, Sherry? You did what on Kim's Live? What did we do on Kim's Live? Oh yeah, Grim, let's not forget full contact cuddling. Oh yeah, but Huggy Molly's full contact hugging. Oh yeah, we did. We LARPed. I forgot, you're right. Can you guys still hear the background music? Because it randomly just said there was no sound detected. TikTok's tripping. Like TikTok puts up this big red alert if there's no sound, and it just did that. It hasn't done that in a really long time. Like, that's so weird. Hi, Poncho. Welcome back. Matt, stop it. Oh, Molly didn't win. Hi, Rachel. How's your trip? Welcome in. Yeah, pretty much, Venus. All right, you guys. I'll be right back with the tale of Red Mesa. If you guys could do me a big favor and hit that share arrow. There's a little yellow circle with 2 arrows chasing each other. That says repost. And that puts my live into your friends' FYPs, and it helps us grow our beautiful porch. Also, sharing to your stories and sharing with your friends helps too. And you can also undo and redo the repost every once in a while. It helps with the algorithm. And I'll be right back with Red Mesa. Thank you. Thank you, Matt. Yes, Moon Goddess. I do. I do. How you doing, cutie? How you doing, love bug? All right, guys, I'll be right back with Red Mesa. Grab a beanbag chair, grab a hammock, sit back and relax, and welcome to the porch. And yes, Moon Goddess has been with me since day one. Love you, Moon Goddess. She's amazing at making sourdough bread. You guys should follow her. Her lives are really cool and cute. She teaches all kinds of like natural home things. She's very natural and domestic. She also has ferrets, and they're the cutest. She's pinned. I just pinned her. I'll pin her again. She has ferrets, and they're the cutest little wiggle worms. Oh my god. Yeah, she does regular and gluten-free sourdough. She's like a sourdough goddess, and she has ferrets. And they're so cute, and she plays with them, and the playing is so funny. They like slide around the floor and like wiggle around. Oh my god, they're so cute. So they're like little fur noodles. Exactly, they're little fur noodles, and they're so cute and wiggly. And she goes with them on live sometimes and just lets us watch her playing with them, and they're so cute. So highly recommend following her for yummy bread, kitchen secrets, and cute animals. And just, she's a cutie. She's awesome. Be right back with Red Mesa. Sourdough horror story over poofed dough and flatbread. That's her horror story. And fridges that get too warm. Dun dun dun. Sherry, you don't have to keep him updated. He's not even present. Thanks, Deborah. I made it before I started doing like the pink or the purple and green. you know? So I wish now that it had like the purple. I might add the purple and green. I might add some to it, you know, but I still really like this background. But thank you. Squirrely, you weren't here for the 666 story. We all looked for you. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of the specter of Red Mesa. Well, then that's good. My goal is to help you guys sleep. Yeah, you know what, AMG, this one doesn't actually get requested very much. Once again, I think it was Lady Rose. Or maybe not. Who requested this one? That's why I always recommend looking at the story list, because a lot of people who are starting to do that are pulling out these stories that don't get requested very often, and it's very cool. It makes me so happy. Andrew said, it's okay, you're tied to the porch so you won't fall off if you fall asleep. Lady Rose is on a heater, dude. All of her stories have won tonight. My God. Oh yeah, guys, here's the Discord link that's pinned right now. And that's where you can find the list. And our amazing Lovely, she updates the list every week with the new story title. And she's the cutest human ever because she has an anxiety attack every Monday about it. She's like, what's the title? Oh my God, what's it? I'm like, girl, you don't have to have, people aren't going to be pissed if you don't have it on there at the stroke of when it premieres on Monday. Like, she's so cute. I'm like, girl, I didn't even notice till like Friday when she texted me one time that she forgot to do it. And I hadn't even noticed. I'm like, girl, you literally volunteered to do this. And I don't even notice because I'm so busy. I don't have time to keep up with it. So that's the whole point. It's like, I don't even notice if you didn't. Like, thank you for helping. You know, she's just so cute. She's just so cute. I love her. And she's still cleaning her house probably. And she's too far from her phone to type in. So she'll respond in like 10 minutes and be like, I was going to type this, but I was cleaning. There we go. I updated. Because she does it in the shower too. And she's so cute. And she'll comment like 15 minutes later. And she'll be like, I was in the shower, but I've been thinking about this comment the whole time. She's so cute. I love her. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. You did it on Monday. I love you. This is the tale of the specter of Red Mesa. Perfect impression. You have a flight in 4 hours? Where? You did that in Daz's last night. See, I know you so well, Lovely. You're so cute. Rich. Oh, you're going to Florida. Have fun. I had been drawn to the desert for years. The same way some people are drawn to storms or shipwrecks. Not exactly for the beauty, but the weight of the history that's there. The mesas of southeastern Arizona had always held that allure for me. Jagged cliffs, the rust-red stone, the way shadows stretched like fingers across the canyon floor at sunset. Brooke. Inspector, you like that, Zan? I pulled that one out of a past life. That's what we used to call him. The town of Red Mesa itself was little more than a ghost by the time I arrived. Once a bustling mining settlement in the late 1800s, it had been abandoned decades ago when the mines ran dry and water became scarce. There were still remnants of wooden shacks leaning drunkenly against the wind. The skeletal remains of the smelter and a corroded iron water tower that groaned whenever the desert wind swept through the canyon. The locals called it haunted. That was the first warning that I ignored. When I drove into the parking area near the base of the mesa, the sun was low, painting the sky in bruised purples and oranges. My plan was simple. Spend a few days documenting the old town and its surroundings for an article on desert ghost towns. I had maps, water, and a tent. I did not have an expectation for the unnatural. The first night was quiet, almost unbearably so. Taryn, thank you for your first gift ever. Thank you. No insects, no birds. Only the wind through the cliffs and the occasional creak of old wood settling in the cold night air. I set up camp near what had once been the main street, a wide swath of packed dirt where wooden sidewalks had rotted into the sand. I kept a small fire going, mostly to keep warm, but also to mark a point of reference. And that was when I heard the first sound. A low wail, rising and falling like wind through a bottle. I assumed it was the canyon air whistling through fissures in the cliffs. But the tone was too deliberate. It sounded mournful. It carried a cadence, almost like speech. I strained to hear it, but the sound faded quickly. I shook it off. The desert plays tricks on you sometimes. Still, I noted the location on my map, just north of the old smelter. Just the other day. The next day I explored the northern end of the mesa. The smelter's ruins were eerie. A skeletal frame of iron beams standing against the sky. Brick chimneys cracked and leaning. Every surface was etched with rust, and the desert wind had carved the sand into rippling patterns around the base. I walked carefully, noting unstable footing, and the longer I stayed, the more I felt eyes on me. Not human eyes, something broader, more patient. By late afternoon, I followed an old trail that led up the mesa side. I was seeking the view from the top. And as I climbed, the canyon below opened into a vast bowl of desert, tinged with the pink and gold of evening light. The wind came in sudden gusts, carrying with it a smell I couldn't identify. And that's when I heard it, a whisper, carried on the wind. I paused. The air felt heavier and charged, almost alive. It didn't sound like it was coming from one place. It sounded like it was coming from everywhere. About 10 minutes later, a storm hit suddenly. One moment, the sky was fading into dusk. The next, it was alive with rolling clouds and the crack of lightning. Rain fell in sheets, hammering the mesa, running in sudden rivulets that turned the sand into sludge. The wind whipped my jacket around my body and flung dust and grit into my face. I had no shelter. The nearest overhang was a small crevice just big enough to crouch under, but it offered very little protection from the deluge. But I scrambled into it and I pressed myself against the stone wall. My inadequate flashlight had been washed out by the rain, and I was forced to rely on the intermittent lightning flashes to see anything. And that's when I first saw the figure. It was standing near the top of the mesa, silhouetted against a jagged peak. It had long arms, a human frame, but it didn't move like a person. The storm seemed to swirl around it, as if it were tethered to the desert itself. My teeth chattered from the cold, and lightning illuminated the figure once again. And it looked closer now, like it was gliding over the rock. I huddled further into the crevice, just waiting for the storm to pass. Hours passed, though at this point time seemed irrelevant. The rain slowed and then stopped, leaving the air electric and still. I emerged, shaking and wet, to see the mesa in a new light, a spectral silver blue illumination cast by the full moon that I hadn't even realized had risen. The figure was gone. I followed an old trail down to the town center, where I found the remains of the old town hall. The stone foundation was cracked and the doors were long gone. The roof had collapsed. As I approached, I felt a vibration in the air. And then inside of the remains, I saw shadows, human in shape, moving among the ruins. I could make out silhouettes of miners, women, children. They were cleaning, sweeping, carrying objects, moving in perfect repetition of long forgotten routines. Thank you, Sherry. You're so sweet. And then the whispering returned. I could hear it in the wind in a language that I didn't understand. The old miners' wives had told me that it was Shoshone. The words for wind, earth, sky, life, and death. And I realized that I had intruded on somewhere sacred, on a memory of people long gone, preserved not in books but in the land's memory itself. The next thunderclap shook the ruins and the figures vanished. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed alert, listening to the desert wind as it whispered through broken wood and stone. When dawn came, I packed up what I could carry and I made my way down from the mesa. Back in town, I visited a small museum in the next county over, and the curator showed me photographs of Red Mesa's mining days. Men and women smiling for the camera, unaware of the coming end. In one photo, I noticed, in the background, barely visible behind a group of miners, was that tall figure I saw. curator didn't notice it, and neither did the other tourists, but I had. That night I stayed in a motel. I had driven miles away thinking distance would protect me. But I woke up around midnight to the sound of something scraping over wood. My inadequate flashlight revealed nothing. I looked out the window and the moon illuminated the desert floor, and there, at the horizon, I saw that figure standing on top of the mesa, perfectly still. And I realized that the desert had claimed all of them. I packed immediately at dawn and I left the area. I took a different route back, staying off the main highways. And every so often when the wind is high, the sky is empty, I swear I think I hear those same sounds. And I think about that figure watching patiently from the horizon of memory. And that's the tale of Red Mesa. All right, guys, it's grilled cheese time. Hi, Jade. Oh, thank you, Skrilla. That's cute. Sage the smart bean. What's that from? That's cute. Oh, that's a good one, Fairy Witch. That's a good one. Do you see that? Do you see that, Justin? Sand winches. Clever. Rich said noise. Skrill, thanks for the blast drum. Thank you so much, Miss Queen Eats. I appreciate it so much. Welcome to the porch. Thank you for the Galaxy Bestis, Skrilla. Hi, Jersey Chick. Welcome in. You can listen to me talk all day. Thank you. And guess what? You can. I have all of my stories and all my lives on my YT channel. But I record all of these stories, and they're all available on my YT channel on a playlist. So you can listen to them whenever you want. Of course. It's a sweet comment. Of course I'll pin you. Welcome to the porch. Everybody welcome in Miss Queen Eats. Yeah, it's the same name. It's just Porch Lore. And that's where most people go to fall asleep after this, to just listen. And I premiere a new story there every Monday at 7. What time zone are you in? Yeah, really, Taryn. The YT puts me out. It even works on me. Because it's the frequency of my voice. I'm not actually immune to my own frequency. And so if I actually put on my YT, it really does work. If I put on my YT, I will be out. It's definitely different than the live. Oh, thank you, Liz. I didn't think those still existed. That one wasn't so bad, though. Will you, Skrilla? It was an unstoppable gift. It was a music gift, but it wasn't that bad compared to the other ones. Thank you, Liz. That one was pretty cute. That one wasn't too bad, but I thought they were gone. Yeah, that one was better. Yeah, it wasn't even loud. Yeah, and it was appropriate. Yeah, the other ones were like screaming crazy shit. Like, hi, Holly. Thanks. Yeah, it wasn't terrible. Yeah, thank you, Liz. Some of those musical gifts have been horrible. That's the best one I've ever heard. So thank you. Hello, Cheshire Butcher. How are you? Esmeralda, thanks for the rocket. I appreciate it. Miss Queen Eats, thank you for the roses. Yeah, Jade, really. We just got through that one together, you guys, and it wasn't that bad. Yeah, thanks, Holly. I know Robin like lit it up earlier. So awesome. Yeah, that one, I think that one helped ease us into like maybe healing from that PTSD from the other ones. Oh, you start your new job on Monday. Yay, Miss Queens. Are you night shift now? What, Matt? I am good, Cheshire. Thanks. Yeah, it really did. That gift really did help us through our gift trauma because I feel like that one wasn't bad. That was a Sia song, right? That one was good. The other ones were like crazy FIFA screaming about crazy stuff. Good job, Gemini. You're very observant. You can tell time. Yeah, maybe, Jade. Oh, I get it, Matt. It took me a minute. I was like, what? I get it. That took me a minute, Matt. Sorry. I was like, huh? Yeah, congrats. Yeah, Miss Queen. Yep, we're just all up. But you know what, guys? I am very impressed. I think that's the first person on the planet that has read my fucking banner. You, sir, thank you for reading my banner. My God, do you guys see this? Trey the Gemini read my banner. I feel like he's literally the first person that's ever read it. Really, though. Really, though. He read the banner. He read the banner. I know, you guys. I think he's the first person that's ever read it. Hi, Trey. Thanks for reading the banner. Literally, no one ever fucking reads it. And everybody's like, what time and what time do you do? And he came in and was like, you said you think your thing says this time. Like, you actually read it? Dude, amazing. Win for Trey. You literally, thank you for reading it. No one ever reads it. So impressed. What are you terrified and intrigued by? Skrilla? What are you talking about? Yeah, I'm glad you're observant, Trey. Everybody, a round of applause for Trey. Because he actually read the banner. I'm always spicy. What are you talking about? I'm literally, am I not always spicy, you guys? Always spicy. Rich said, Drew, spicy times. You read the banner? Thank you, Fairy Witch. Yeah, see, Lovely said, always. Justin said, she's quite muy caliente. Yeah, I'm a fire sign. She said she's a fire sign, bro. Yeah, I am literally always spicy. I've been spicy since I was a little girl. Quick story. One time my brother was driving me to preschool. That's right, preschool, which means what? I was 4. And I get in the car and my brother's like, or I'm like, do you have any Garth Brooks? Because I guess that's who was popular back then. And my brother's like, no, why? Do you like him? My brother was like, I never forgot. I was like, that was the day I knew. I was like, God, she's going to be a bitch, right? I looked at him straight up face and was like, no, I'm asking for my health. So I've been spicy since I was born. Literally, that's a true story from my brother. And like, what kind of an asshole 4-year-old says that? Like, what the fuck, Devin? And my brother still laughs about it. He's like, I looked at you and I was like, Jesus Christ, she's 4. Oh my God. So I've been spicy my whole life. Yeah, and what kind of, but here's the thing, I had to have gotten that from somebody. I was like, no, I'm asking for my health. I probably got that from my mom or a past life, I'm not sure. But yeah, yep. Get ready for the diner. Girl, he's way too old for you. He's 14 years older than me. He's also happily married, Jade. Yes, exactly. Just okay, guys. Oh, thank you, Sparkle Music. Get ready for grilled cheese time. Esmeralda, thanks for the rocket. She said good for Devin's brother. Yeah. Yep. Plus, trust me, Jade, not your type at all. I promise. And thank you, Gemini Moon, for the rocket. Jade, you can just be my sister anyway. She said, I just want to be a sister-in-law to you. I love you, Jade. You're so cute. I'm never going to get over the imagery of you being the thing running around the truck in the Devil's Highway. I'm just... By the way, I think Lisa was supposed to go live after me. But she didn't come in tonight, so I'm not sure if she was still going to do that or not. But if you guys feel like checking out her to see if she's live afterwards, I think she was going to do that tonight again. She said I wouldn't have to run around the truck if Skrilla kept a Bible space between y'all. Spoken like a girl that was raised Mormon. A Bible space. Yes, Angelfish, we're about to do the last story of the night, the diner story. Grab a beanbag chair, grab a hammock, sit back and relax. We have digital. Yeah, a really big Bible scroll. Sit back and relax, and welcome to the porch. Jade, could you do me a favor and check and see if Lisa's live? And could you also tag her and pin it so people can go over there afterwards if she is? I love you. Thanks. Brooke, I just did that the other day when I went to go. I just did that the other day when I went to go get my car fixed. And then I went the next day to get an oil change, and my phone was connected to my car, and the kid drove it off, and I was like, why can't I hear you? Hello? And like the kid that drove off, he drove off with my conversation. Oh, she's not live. Okay, then maybe she's not doing it tonight. Oh, thank you, Byron. I appreciate that. Welcome to the porch. Everybody welcome Byron. That was just, yeah, Brooke, it happens all the time. And it's happened to Lemons before too, when she was live and her husband pulled in to the garage and her live connected to his car and he could hear us because we were up as guests. That happened to you and your brother and you were talking shit on the guy driving the car. That sucks. That sucks. They're not live. Okay. Guys, welcome in Byron. New porch pal. Thank you for the follow, Byron. All right, guys, get ready for the last story of the night. Sycamore Diner. Really, Trey? People get caught cheating like that? Like their phone connects? And that makes sense, I guess. People should get caught cheating. Just saying. Yeah, exactly. It's what they deserve. And it saves everybody a lot of time. It's not even about what they deserve. It's about helping the person who's being cheated on. They deserve better and not to waste their time. Do you know what I mean? So they should get caught. Uh-oh, Justin, we got a live one. Thank you. Skrilla, don't at them. Almost, but not quick enough, Jade. Just DM her if you want to see it. You can't. Don't add them in the chat. It makes the algorithm think that like we're talking to those people. Exactly, Justin. It just brings in more. Jade, don't mute him. She says she's muting Skrilla. Just DM her for it. You know. That's what sliding into the DMs is for. Oh, I didn't know Brooke did it too. Everybody's talking to her. Yes, Aroha Paparahi. Hello to your daughter in New Zealand. Hi. How's New Zealand today? Brooke, you would. Sherry, you're so funny. I love you. Holly Mothman has slid into my DMs before. Check out my profile. There's a video of him coming up for my birthday. I'm not going to say it. I'll let you watch the video. Thank you, Monique. Just in time, Phoenix. Wait, she added you, Sherry. Okay, I'm dying. Brooke tried to tell the troll page, the check out my, that it stank, and she accidentally added Sherry and told Sherry That's so funny. Brooke just realized that she did it. Look, she says, "Fuck, I'm mortified." Brooke just realized she did it. And Sherry's the funniest and the best sport in the world. Sherry said, "I swear it's fun." Good night, angelfish. Sweet dreams. I know. I can't stop laughing. This is so funny. Brooke is wild. Lady Rose is over on YT saying, Brooke is wild. It's a beautiful winter's night in New Zealand. Cool. It's still summer here. But I bet you're all cozy. Cuddled up and cozy. I know, Brooke. That's what's so funny about it, is you and Sherry are like best friends. See, Sherry's cackling. Yeah. Gotta watch out who you're atting, guys. But my favorite thing Brooke ever does is, yeah, it's winter in New Zealand, and we have some people over on the YT stream who are watching from New Zealand, and it's winter there. My favorite thing is when somebody comes in and asks me where the stories are. My favorite is how Brooke reacts. Brooke answers them for me. And it almost always gets me to break in a story. I cannot not laugh. Yep, that's what she says. She tells them this. She adds them and says, the stories are in my... I'm not kidding. And it's the best thing. And I always break in the story when I see her doing it. Exactly, Brooke. And I actually love that answer. I'm so glad that you do that. And like, I don't think they've ever responded to you once you tell them that. Submitted for the approval of the Porch Pal Society. This is the tale of the night shift at Sycamore Diner, Sweet Hole, Ohio. Yes, jukebox baby, 50 minutes. Yes, Byron, diner whore. I'm not usually the kind of person who pulls over on back roads at night. Not unless I absolutely have to. Yeah, Trey, that's what we specialize in here. We're actually a community. We really like each other. But that night, something about the storm, the long drive, and that growling pit in my stomach convinced me otherwise. I was hungry. It was late October, and I was headed back to campus after a weekend visit with my friends in North Carolina. I had a midterm on Monday, and my plan had been to drive straight through, 5 hours, no stops. But then came the rain. One of those cold, slanted, whispery rains that creeps into your bones and makes the windshield wipers sound like a heartbeat. I'd taken the wrong exit, trying to bypass traffic, and I ended up on a 2-lane back road, surrounded by nothing but pine trees and power lines. And that's when I saw the neon sign, SYCAMRE Diner. The O in Sycamore was flickering, like it hadn't worked right in years. But the rest was lit up in a cherry red neon. A tiny beacon in the middle of nowhere. I figured I'd grab a quick bite, maybe some coffee, check my map, and get back on the highway. But I should have just kept driving. I should have known something was off the second I stepped inside. The bell over the door jingled, but not like a normal bell. It made this sharp metallic ping that echoed longer than it should have. The air inside was warm, almost too warm, and it smelled like grilled onions and pancake syrup. The place looked like it had been yanked straight from 1957. Checkerboard floor, red vinyl booths, a long counter with spinning stools, and even a jukebox in the corner that looked like it hadn't worked in decades. And the people, they all stopped and looked at me the second I walked in. Not in a rude way, just quiet. Like they weren't expecting me. And no, I'm not a recording J-Rex. Maybe don't come at the end of the live and you would hear all of the other stories that we read tonight. But we end every live with this one, so that's probably why you only hear that, because you only get here at the end. So maybe come earlier tomorrow. Like I'd walked into the middle of a sentence that no one wanted to finish. A waitress, tall, with a beehive hairdo and a light blue uniform, smiled and waved me over. "You get caught in the rain, sweetheart," she said, handing me a laminated menu. I nodded, still trying to shake off that weird feeling. Yeah, the highway's a mess. She chuckled and patted my shoulder. "Well, you're safe here. Sycamore's always open for travelers." I sat down at a corner booth. The vinyl creaked. And I remember the jukebox shifted songs by itself and started playing some slow doo-wop ballad that I didn't recognize. You're right, Holly. I looked around and everyone looked normal. Sort of. There was a trucker with a thick gray beard, drinking coffee at the counter. A young couple whispering to each other in a booth by the jukebox. And an older woman stirring tea like she was lost in thought. "Hi, Auntie Anna." But they all had the same look in their eyes, like they were there but also somewhere else. Like they were watching me out of the corner of their eyes, even when they were looking down. The waitress came back with coffee. Strong, hot, and surprisingly good. and I ordered a grilled cheese with fries. Simple, safe. She wrote it down with a clicky pen and said, "Don't worry, it's on the house tonight." And that was my second red flag. No diner just gives food away. While I waited, I took out my phone to check the map. No signal, and I mean nothing. No bars, no Wi-Fi, not even GPS. Just a blank screen with a spinning wheel. I glanced out the foggy window and the storm was still going. But now, the wind had picked up. I could see the power lines swaying like jump ropes in the dark. But the diner stayed perfectly lit. Not even a flicker. The food came fast. Too fast, like under 5 minutes. But it looked amazing. Golden bread, gooey cheese, crispy fries with a little metal cup of ketchup on the side. I took a bite. Delicious. I mean, I've eaten at a lot of diners, greasy spoons, college joints, and roadside shacks, but this was hands down the best grilled cheese I've ever had. The fries were perfect, and the coffee never ran out. Every time I took a sip, it was somehow full again. I was halfway through the sandwich when the trucker got up to leave. He walked right past my table, nodded once, and whispered, "Don't stay past midnight." That's all he said. What? But he was already out the door. The waitress gave me a tight smile and walked over collecting his empty mug. Old Earl, he's always saying weird stuff. Just ignore him. But I couldn't. Something about his voice stuck with me. Something about the way he looked at me. Not like I was a customer, but like I was in danger. I checked the clock over the register. 11:42. I figured I had just enough time to finish my fries, grab the check, and head out. I still had at least 3 hours left on the road. But when I stood up, the lights flickered just once and then again. And then everything in the diner stopped moving. The couple by the jukebox froze mid-sentence. The woman with the tea stopped stirring, her spoon hanging in midair. The waitress, her hand reached out for a mug, just stopped. Like someone hit pause on the entire scene. I took a step back. The jukebox buzzed, glitched, and restarted a new track. I could still move, but no one else could. And then I heard it. Not music, not a storm, a voice. Not coming from anyone I could see, just a whisper that seemed to echo from the walls themselves. I backed toward the door, my heart hammering in my chest as I turned the knob. Locked, of course it was locked. I tried the windows, but they were sealed shut. I started banging on the glass and shouting, but no one was outside. Just the wind and the rain and that flickering red sign. SYCAMRE. I turned back toward the dining room and everyone was gone. Not frozen anymore, just gone. The booths were empty. No plates, no crumbs, no mugs. No sign that anyone had ever even been there. Except for my plate. Still warm. And still half eaten. Then I saw the waitress. She was standing by the kitchen doors, her silhouette backlit by flickering fluorescent light. Her face was wrong. The same smile, but her eyes were empty, black and endless, like someone had painted over them. "You shouldn't be here, honey," she said in that same cheerful voice. "Not yet." I stumbled back, knocking over a chair as she took one slow step toward me. The others, they were waiting, but you just wandered in. She raised a hand and the walls began to shimmer. Literally shimmer, like heat waves on asphalt. The checkered floor rippled, and the red booths started to fade, becoming outlines and then shadows and then nothing. And then I saw it underneath the illusion. It was charred wood, cracked tile, broken beams, and black soot, like the diner had burned down long ago. I ran. I don't even remember how I got out. 1 second I was inside, and the next I was on the side of the road, soaked to the bone and gasping for air. My car was still there, pulled up with the ceiling missing, parked on gravel that didn't even look like a lot anymore. Just weeds and puddles. Thanks, Sherry. No neon sign. No glowing windows, just nothing. I drove back to campus that night in silence. No 2 Chainz. No Porch Lore podcast. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see that red neon flicker back to life. I didn't tell anyone. Not for weeks. Not until I finally looked up Sycamore Diner on a local history site. And I found it. It burned to the ground in 1972. I know, Jade. A gas leak. The whole place went up at midnight. And everyone inside was killed. 5 patrons, a waitress, and a cook. The photo in the article? The same checkerboard floor. The same red boots. The same neon sign. SYCAMORE. And in the corner of the photo, that same waitress, smiling. I never took that back road again. I don't even drive at night anymore if I can help it. And every time I see a neon diner sign, something in me flinches just a little. Because I know I was there. And I know I wasn't supposed to be. But the part that keeps me up sometimes, the part that really makes my stomach turn, that was the best damn grilled cheese I've ever had. And I didn't even pay for it. And that's the tale of the night shift at Sycamore Diner. Thank you, Porch Pals, for being here with me tonight. I hope you guys had a good Thursday. And I hope you guys have a great Friday. Thanks, Shorty. I will be here again tomorrow, same time, same place, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Good night, CJ. We're glad you came back. Okay, Scream Queen. Hi. Okay. Yeah, guys, Scream Queen's going to go live on his YT in about 30 minutes if you guys want to join him over there. So Lisa decided not to go live tonight, huh? Thank you, Fairy Witch. You're so sweet. Byron, yeah, thanks for joining us. And yeah, check out my YT channel. All my stories are over there. I think you'll like it. And all the links are in my bio. And I will see you guys again. Yes, Aroha, thank you. I'll see you tomorrow. And I hope you and your daughter have a good time in New Zealand. And I'll see you guys again tomorrow. And I hope you guys have a great Friday if it's Friday for you, and over there if it's Saturday for you. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Sweet dreams, and don't forget, stay spooky. Matt said, good night banners that only Trey reads. Trey is MVP for reading the banner for real. Trey, we're so glad you found us. We'll see you tomorrow, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard.